7 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we're live. Thank you so much for tuning in today, either on radio, apps, TV, whatever you want to, enjoy Rick and Bubba on each and every day. We thank you for doing it, making us part of your day. I know there's a lot of choices out there, and so we appreciate you being with us. Today is a great day. We could spin the wheel of meat. That's there for you. We're going to try to investigate why is Bubba waking up at 1 a.m. His sleep is so far off that, I don't know what to do about it. And when we all come in, it's like he's already here sitting in the parking lot. So we'll have to discuss that. We have got this year's winner of Fix Mama's Mouth. That's when we partner with Dr. Dudney, and we have all of you write letters in and send pictures in for a mom to, get a dental makeover where she gets upper veneers, a cleaning, and the list goes on. Around a $15,000 makeover. And this year's winner will be with us today because of COVID and some restrictions. We've had to delay her coming in, but she's going to come over from Georgia, and that's where she lives, and meet Rick and Bubba, and we'll talk to Dr. Dudney about the procedure and see some before and afters. So looking forward to that today. And also, we've got Rick and Bubba University this week. We'll be with Ronnie Cuz Strickland, and he's going to be driving over from Mississippi to be in studio with us as we record Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It will publish on Saturday morning. Well, let's bring everybody in. There's Adler in there, and over to my right, it is Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Good.
I see you got your call sheet out, making some notes, Helmsley. Now, do you go one call sheet per week?
Per week.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And
I'll fill it up during the week now.
Okay.
I hope we don't need any envelopes around here. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well.
Speedy found some yesterday.
did, yeah.
Presented to me as a gift, and I want you guys just a heads up at some point this hour.
Okay.
I have gifts I'd like to present to y'all.
Okay.
So basically what we're doing, we're digging through our offices because we're moving.
Yeah.
Right.
And if we come across things we want to share with our
There's
brethren, we do.
I found 4 things yesterday that I think you guys will want.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 apiece.
Uh-huh.
So matter of fact, I've seen Greg put his eyes on a couple of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got throwaway happy the other day, and I started going through a lot of paperwork, and when you have a stack of paperwork, some of it you're like, nah, and like I caught myself finding some things in there that I'm like, well, I'm glad I didn't throw that away.
Oh,
and one of them was someone that has like the Wilburn tree bloodline and all this kind of stuff. They sent me like 2 or 3 pages of detailed information that I remember, man, I need to get this to my parents.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many years ago it was, and it never made it to my parents. But I almost threw it away. And so I'm glad I didn't. But I've caught some things that instead of just, I'm going to throw everything away, I've stopped and said, no, I need to go through some of it.
I'm gonna throw all of it away.
Well, you're gonna accidentally throw away something.
Yeah, but if I don't know I have it now, then I can go the rest of my life.
What it is that's true, by the way.
Good point.
I put it in my drawer that I talked about yesterday. Yeah. I put it in there, and I never went back to it. Forgot about it. But I know what you're saying. And that's kind of like I am with the attic. Honey, we hadn't gone up in years and looked through that box. Why do we need it? I forgot I had it.
I mean, I may have something there I forgot to give somebody that was probably pretty important, but they don't know it.
They don't know it.
I think I have just about
Unless they're like kicked out of their house.
Got everything home that I'm going to take home.
Okay.
And then everything that's going to the new office is I'll just pack up a box and they'll take it over there. But yesterday I had 2 big items that I really needed to get home. Big items. And when I tell you what they are, you're going to laugh.
Okay.
One of them is, y'all know that big giant tennis racket? It looks like a real nice new tennis racket, but it's giant. It's like the one we have in the studio, but it's a print. I mean, it's really nice.
Yeah.
I won it at like some auction at a tennis tournament or something for charity. I don't know what more.
Good for you.
And so, but I knew I didn't want to just throw that away. Kind of hard to throw it away. It's huge. And the other one was Bubba handed over a bow for Braden, but I haven't gave it to him yet because I didn't want to. I didn't just want that at the house of him flinging arrows all over the place.
Okay,
like
so it's set up and everything. You got arrows and all that.
Oh, he gave me. Yeah, it's awesome.
A complete setup.
Yes,
good night.
So yesterday, as I'm walking to my car, I have a giant tennis racket in one hand, and bow and arrows in the other hand. And I
That's
saw,
good.
and you're hoping, man, just don't see anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, just go to let this be a moment where you go to your car and no one's down here.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a couple guys from the business across from us, ITAC, down the steps. And I just said out loud, I said, hey, I know this looks weird. I get it.
Combination's a little strange.
And they just looked at me like, what in the world is he carrying?
Who puts those two things together?
Yeah.
What are you going to do with that giant tennis racket?
I put it up like kind of like a display downstairs where the kids hang out.
Yeah. You
So-
should really squinting at him on that one.
Well,
did.
It's just there's limited what you can do.
Greg,
with a
you're
giant
right.
tennis racket.
And I'm sure.
Unless you want to go play against a giant in tennis.
I will say this: Amanda has never liked that for some reason, and that's why it's up here and not downstairs where the kids normally
Bring
play.
that couch and put it on
And
it
so-
for Amanda.
And so she obviously has not had time to see it yet, or she would have
Please
said,
take
"Why'd
that
you
couch-
bring that home?"
Please take the couch and put it right beside it.
Yeah. That'd be so
I
good.
really wanted the couch and
I don't know what to do with that couch.
Well, that's easy. As my wife would say, that's easy peasy.
Greg,
All
you
we
could
gonna do, you know, what we do is we pick it up and put it in one of the trucks and go take it to one of the Hannah home or
I'm just leaving it in
King's
here.
Ranch or something like that.
I'm leaving it here in case a homeless person wants to sleep on it. Put it in the stairwell.
Greg, that's easy.
Well, once I get rid of these 4 items today that I'm presenting to you
Well,
guys,
I'm excited.
with one of them, I mean, with Speedy, they're kind of heartfelt. I feel like he could use them. Yours, I've noticed you've been eyeing these
Oh.
two.
Okay. All right. Well, I took 2 boxes home yesterday with me, emptied them out, and brought the empty boxes back. So you know, I'm. If you looked into my office, you would think, well, he's not made any progress. But it's things.
Oh,
you
you have,
can't-
yeah.
But it's things you can't see.
If you look at mine and think that, you would be correct. He hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
When will you get started?
I don't know.
Because you realize, I was telling somebody the
Today
other
would be
day,
a pretty easy day. For
we
me.
have less than
What if I got something on Netflix to watch?
That's true.
19
true.
show days left.
Uh-huh.
We're not coming up here when we don't do show days.
Right.
So this time's running out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. As we look around,
I'm gonna
each
throw
other.
away everything.
Yeah, I think you probably will.
Yeah.
Can I have the BB gun that's in there?
You can.
I don't really want it. It's a Red Rider.
I'm
Yeah.
not giving my Smoky and the Bandit car up, but everything else is
Yeah.
negotiable.
And there's something else in there that at some point we need to discuss.
Oh, Gentleman Jack.
The Rick and Bubba label on it.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do with that?
Yeah.
That's going to the new studio.
Yeah.
It is.
All right. When we come back, Helmsley presents us his gifts from his office. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. As we roll on back, busy show on tap today, and we thank you for being with us and making us part of your day, as always. Go to rickandbubba.com for more information about the show. There's a lot going on there. As we come on back, we've been talking about cleaning out our offices and finding things that we didn't know we had in there, and things that, really, some of the things I just hid from myself. I'm like, wow, so there it is. And I know a lot of you can deal with that when you're moving or trying to clean up or something like that, which, by the way, our garage has thrown up. I was telling Terry, it's time to pull everything out into the driveway and clean everything out.
That every now and then.
And so that's coming. But anyway, so I presented you with some gifts the other day, and that is this new call sheet thing you got going on. 8 by 10 mailing envelopes that you now use to write important stuff.
It's like a nice little flip.
He was giddy about it.
Yeah. It's the yellow ones.
It was a nice gift. He was thoughtful.
And
very
I
thoughtful.
found a stack of them and presented you a gift.
Said, he made a decision. I'm not going to throw these away or take it. I'm giving these to Helms. That means a ton.
Well, I mean, you got a flip chart.
Well, I've got 4 items. I'll go grab 2 of them, and I just got them right out. Well, I've got them right outside the door. I didn't want to spoil the surprise.
I got to ask you a question. Well, never mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. Are these gifts? Are you just trying to get rid of something?
No,
you don't have to throw them away. Are they actual gifts?
I think
the answer to that.
I think you, Speedy, will use both of these.
Oh, okay, good.
And now Greg will not use one, but I think he likes commenting on it.
Okay.
And then one has always been a huge conversation piece for him.
Okay.
And so he may even hang it up in his new office. I don't know. But let me go get. I'll start with the first 2. How about that?
Helmsley's walking from his mic to the studio door leading out into the Golden Ticket Seat Hall. And he has got here. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
What is that?
Oh, look at that.
What is that? What is? Oh my goodness.
I'm afraid of what that one is.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I will never use this, and I don't know what it. I don't know what it is. But Greg always makes a special comment with this every time he walks in. Every time he walks in the room.
Look at that walk.
So,
is that mine?
Yeah. So I'm gonna give this to Greg. A listener gave this to me.
It's ain't made. They make these out of.
Watch out! Oh my goodness! You almost took the TV out.
And well, Greg, that's what you have a name for it. And it's
well, you've seen these. It's a walking stick.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
And they do make them out of off of a bull. But I don't think this is it, but it does look like it.
He does.
This is old twisted root.
Hey, what you can do with that? Now you got to move it, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
Your love, Speedy, for our
I'll
country.
Throw it away when he's not looking.
Your love for our country.
Oh yeah.
And you're a flag guy. You wave the flag proudly at your house. I have you a new American flag.
Okay.
For next year. For next year, it is
brilliant.
Hey, no, this is you.
This is brilliant. I got 2 of these boxes.
Your current flag is probably
brilliant.
You probably need a new one.
Your current flag's probably
Thank
not
you,
up
buddy.
to par.
So,
Thank you very much.
Hey,
Still don't have a light on.
Not tethered.
No, I don't.
And
I got
maybe
one.
I should have got him. Maybe you can give him that light that you just had in your office, and you can so he can set it next to the flag.
Okay.
Then he's really got
Oh,
something.
no, I'm good. Thank you very much. Appreciate this. This is very kind of you.
And Greg, I
Hey,
don't.
buddy.
You're talking about my scepter?
What do you think my dad could do with that? Huh? He's a walker.
It's a little heavy for a
little
walking
big.
stick,
It
and
is.
I'm
It is.
I'm
You're
not
not
a
strong
walking
enough.
stick
It's
guy.
kinda cool
It
to
really,
look at.
but Greg always every time he walks in my office, he always has a comment for it.
Because when you first see it, Greg, we're on TV too, buddy.
I'm just making like an elephant's
but I'm
trunk.
just saying we're not.
Did you hear the elephant sound?
We're not audio. Matter of fact, it's in
Hey,
like
buddy,
HD.
it's an elephant trunk.
And and like Adler's in there switching and stuff. Don't you give us something big like that. Oh, this is brilliant on his part. He's getting rid of crap he don't want.
Well, yeah.
So this next one is for you, Speedy, and this is one of those things that my brother actually gave this to me.
Oh,
But it was
give
we
him
had
that.
a special moment in.
So you and Speedy are brothers.
there they are.
We had a special moment in my
I need
office
help with you on that.
a few years ago when Bama Mark read his book to us.
Yes. Now, granted, it was only 7 pages.
Right.
And
right.
this was war.
Wrestling and religion.
This was
Wasn't that
war
it? Yeah.
at certain times during that.
Uh-huh.
And I think with your
Oh, look
bald
at that.
head, this
Yeah.
is you could use this in the yard.
Why did you
Or-
wear that while Mark was reading?
I don't know because it was in there.
Well, it was funny because if you look at the video,
Goes around
you would it would come around and he'd have it on, then he'd have it off, then he'd have it on.
Then somebody have a
And
cowboy
so,
hat on.
Yeah.
and anyway, it's a cheese
Then I got
head.
the
buddy.
scepter out.
And
Again, great quality, high definition television right now.
Well, and people are at least.
I know it's dark outside, and you think we're just sitting in here hanging out. I mean, there's a lot of people out there.
People are at least knowing what the conversation is about that when he comes in my office.
I like the smile on his face when he does it. That's what adds to it a little bit.
It's like, he loves it.
It's like a kid.
This is why I knew this gift would make his
Kate's.
day.
It's a little heavy.
Hey, Kate,
It is
look what I
heavy,
got.
and it's got this little. I don't know if it's a jewel or what
I know,
on
they
the side of
decorated
it.
it up a little
It
bit.
looks
I don't know
nice,
what to do
and
with
Thank you for this, buddy.
so this one is for Greg. And Greg
Okay.
always comments on this too, and I think this is one of those things that he'll probably hang in his office,
Okay.
or maybe even hang upstairs at his house. I don't know, but it is a picture that was given to me, and I'm in the picture.
I know exactly
And so
what it is.
since I think
That
this
is
will
the
be
weirdest
Oh,
picture
my
I've ever
gosh.
seen.
So
That is you?
Here it is. At the risk of being offending
no,
someone.
Okay.
I know.
Was this a gag gift or was this legit?
All right, so this was legit, and I'm gonna
No, wait a minute.
I'm gonna tell you how this happened. It's come about because it does.
If
It
you
is-
don't hang that in your office, we'll be mad at you.
Okay, so for those of you that
I'm
listen,
not being sacrilegious or anything, but
No,
this is
listen.
bizarre.
it is
Yeah, it
bizarre.
is
Well,
extremely bizarre.
To your point, it is a great conversation piece.
It is
because
that.
if you walk in
He
my
is always
office
watching
and
over
you
you,
s-
though.
that's the key there.
It features, let me tell you why it's weird. It features Jesus, Helmsley, and a bottle of milk feeding a calf. Now, that's a weird combo.
It is.
Maybe
So-
watch over you doing something
Well,
else. But
it
why
was,
are you feeding
it was
a
the
a
only
calf?
Yeah.
it was the only picture that they had of me. I was at Dan Moultrie's, and
Well,
they
I'm
had just
glad
had
they
a
didn't-
calf,
Right.
and I guess they pulled this off social media or something. I don't know.
But I don't get the meaning.
Well, here's why this even exists.
Yeah.
Here's why this even exists.
Staring at it.
Is so I went and spoke at a college ministry in
And this is what
Tuscaloosa.
they got you?
Listen,
I got tongue.
and one of the he just said I got tongue.
Oh, wow.
One of
speak.
this was made into a puzzle. And so they were doing these games or whatever.
You're a puzzle?
Huh? Yeah, this whole thing was a puzzle. And so part of their games that they were doing that night was putting a puzzle together for time.
We got a Jesus
And this
calf
was
feeding
and so they
thing.
went ahead and framed me a picture of
Okay.
what the puzzle was made out of.
Awesome.
And so yes, that's so this has been with me. And so Greg, I know you love this picture. And you get to see me every day, smiling, happy. I got a calf I'm feeding, and
Greg,
then there's
please
Jesus.
put that in your new
That
office.
is one of the most bizarre pictures I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
Well, buddy,
I'll
you
give
got you
that.
something to move
Thank
now.
you, Helms.
Look at
Now,
that.
I may take that and put it up at the house.
Yeah, you can't throw Helmsley away.
I mean, look at that. That's a great
Yeah,
shot.
you,
of me.
a
Jesus
calf.
is looking. That's a great reminder.
I see the thing
and-
that's going on here.
Anytime
This
you
is
feed
brilliant.
calves, Jesus is watching.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm mad that I
Don't
threw.
feed a lot of calves.
I'm mad that I threw one of the things away.
That's the only calf, Greg, I've ever fed, and so that's sentimental too.
I don't get it, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But
Well,
thank
thank you
you.
for the gifts, buddy.
I can't wait to
appreciate
hang
it.
that in my new office.
Right.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Greg gives us a gift.
Are you going to give us a gift tomorrow? Is
I
that-
do.
I'm gonna look and see if I can get
I know
anything
I've
good.
given Helmsley one. I have some other things. I'm mad I threw one thing away. And after seeing this, I could have really given y'all one.
I showed y'all one a few minutes ago. I ain't giving away.
Yeah.
It's going with us.
So you really, I noticed, and you're really liking the
I wish
walking
it wasn't
stick.
so.
It's
Right.
heavy.
It is.
It's got some girth to it.
Yeah. All right. Well, there it is. One more time. We'll take a
He's
break.
like a
I can't wait to
kid.
put that picture up. Bizarre.
Enjoy that flag.
When they gave you the
It's
picture,
going to
did you-
look great 4th of July.
Thanks, buddy.
Did you fake smile when they gave you that?
Greg, I was excited.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We just let in this year's Fix Mama's Mouth winner, so she is here. Dr. Dudney will be with us as well, and you will all meet her and see some before and after pictures. And they're very, very happy with the procedure and how it went. And so congratulations to Bonnie and her daughter Amanda, who wrote in on her behalf. And so we'll meet them today and hear their story. So it's going to be pretty exciting.
Got them settled in the green room. They're hanging out. Got them some water. Showed them where the restroom was. They're fired up to be here.
Look at that. This week's Rick and Bubba University podcast, we mentioned it yesterday, is going to be with Ronnie Cuz Strickland.
How about that?
For the state of Alabama this weekend. Deer season starts. I know bow season and has started prior to this, but officially cranks with rifles and all that kind of good stuff. Different states, it hits different times, but I know a lot of you have that on your mind, and so we'll talk to him about that and a whole lot of other stuff. He's got his own podcast as well that's out, Fistful of Dirt he's been doing, and so he's very familiar with podcasting, and so we'll talk to him today. He'll be in studio today, so look forward to that. Will and Meat could spin at any moment. That's there for you. We'll investigate why Bubba's waking up at 1 a.m., or if it's not 1, it's bizarre times, and his sleep is all off.
It is not normal for sure.
It is not normal, and it's even got him concerned. So we'll kind of break that down.
Well,
today.
and I want to even go as far to ask questions like, what are you doing in those moments?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's getting on up. We've seen him.
Yeah.
And so I want to know strategically. He said some things yesterday that kind of caught me off guard. When I asked him just a straight up question, why are you parking in this particular spot? Mm-hmm. And the answer he gave, I was not ready for. I can't wait for the audience to hear the why.
I also overheard a bedtime that I was concerned about when he's
dark
going to
real
bed.
early, and that messes everything.
I think it's
I even went to bed earlier than I normally do.
Right. I didn't think anybody could beat my mom going to bed, and I think he might. So no wonder he's getting up so early. But we'll see. We'll break all that down and see how that goes.
Want to thank the folks at New Life Chapel in Madison, Alabama.
Madison. What a growing city that is.
It is. Was there last night speaking at a men's event. And, these things I love doing them. But then you get home at like 10:30, and you're like, oh, goodness, wow.
Yeah.
So I got to turn around. I sleep good those nights. Of course, they're not long enough.
Mm-hmm.
But Jana and Mike Williams. Jana leads worship. Mike is the pastor.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike is also leads worship. And so they awesome night of worship with them. Thank Brandon Rhodes, who put this, he kind of runs the men's ministry, put that together. And so just a good evening hanging out with men, talking about Jesus and worshiping our Heavenly Father. And got out of there a little later than I wanted to.
Okay.
Amanda called me, and she said, hey, are you on the way home yet? And I said, I just left. And it was like, I don't know, 8:15, 8:20, something like that. And she goes, well, dang, I thought you might be 20 or 30 minutes down the road. And I went, well, I got to chatting it up, and you know how that goes.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoy that piece of it, and so I'm doing that. She goes, well, what are you going to do for dinner? Did you eat dinner? And I said, no, I didn't. And she goes, well, I've made some biscuits and bacon and eggs. Do you want any of this?
Oh, boy.
And I said, I tell you what. I said, leave me a biscuit or two out and some bacon, and I'll hammer that when I get home. And she said, well, all right, I'm going to go get you. She knows I listen to podcasts. She go get your podcast going. I don't want you falling asleep. And I'm going to call you back in a few minutes, and I'll keep you up on the way so you don't fall asleep. Never heard from her again. Not one.
I'm good. I'm fine, honey.
Good idea.
So I walk in, and, of course, Braden's still up. Caroline was like she was about asleep, but I woke her up, and I chatted with her for a minute. And, of course, Amanda's she's just out. Her and Maddie's out. And I thought, well, goodness, I'm glad nothing happened.
Yeah.
I had to something's going on with my garage door opener.
Uh-oh.
It just, I don't know if it was the battery or I just need a new one or whatever.
It's not reacting.
And I need to just do the one that's in the car that comes with.
Yeah,
I've never programmed one of those.
So easy.
And so I had to text Team Helms. I have a group text, Team Helms, and I said, if anybody's up, can y'all open the garage door? Of course, I knew Braden would be up watching some basketball game or something.
Yeah, you need a new battery, and you also need a program.
All right, so let me ask you this on the programming side, because you said it was easy. So do you have to have the actual what's broke in order to program these things?
Broke.
So the remote that I have.
Yes.
So you have to have a working remote to program. So I need to. Okay.
But it's easy. And now again, before y'all all start emailing, I know it depends on the car.
Yeah,
and
I've done them
this.
before. They got a button on the side.
Yeah, and it's easy. Just go to your glove compartment, get the manual out, and it'll tell you what to do.
Yeah.
And you'll be surprised how easy it is. But you'll have to go get one of the little batteries they sell.
Well, I had a round battery that
you need to have one as a backup anyway.
That fit it, and it was. And it didn't work. It wasn't the battery, evidently.
Okay.
It's something else. But I'll go get one. But my question is, I do have to have a remote in order to program my car.
The way I remember doing it, for the ones we've had, yes, because you have to put it right there beside it and hold it down and all that. So, anyway. Good luck with that.
Well, I'll have to get one of those.
Something weird happened to me last night, sleeping-wise. I woke up. It was one of those good things. I woke up and I thought, "Oh my gosh, I got to get up. It's time to go." For some reason, I don't know. I woke up that way, and it was only 11:15.
That's a good feeling.
That's
a good feeling.
And I hadn't been asleep long. I had a late night as well, and I'll explain why. But I was like, "This is all." I almost got excited.
Yeah.
And, you know. And I was like, well, why I woke up? Let me go run, hit the bathroom again, so I don't have to wake up again. And did, and came back to bed, and I was all excited.
I can always tell when I'm really
sleep.
I can always tell when I'm really tired
awake.
because I don't wake up in the middle. Like I don't wake up to pee.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bed.
Like last night when I knocked out the biscuit and bacon, brushed my teeth, and got in the bed, and the next thing I heard was the alarm. So evidently, I can actually sleep through the night. Of course, it was a little, it was short sleep, but still.
Yeah.
But I didn't have to wake up and use the restroom. I wonder if I'm waking, if it's not the restroom visit that's getting me up. I wonder if I'm just not sleeping. I'm a little restless. I'm waking up and I'm thinking, hey, I might as well use it while I'm up.
Could be.
Maybe I'm not to the point where I'm having to wake up to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I had one of those moments last night. We have them, especially as we get older, where you feel old. You're like, okay, I'm officially old now. I mean, I know my goatee's gray, so that helps a little bit know that I'm old. But last night, I've been to signing parties, and that's when the kids they commit to play whatever sport, and then to celebrate that, they have a signing party where the friends and people that have been a part of their life, they come and they watch them officially sign, and they get up, say a little something, a little speech or whatever, have some great food and fellowship, and a lot of people you maybe hadn't seen in a while, and others you're just like, hey man, how you been? Last night was one of those nights where we had a couple of buddies of Reese's. Now this is like, so you had Tyler, you had JC, and then you had Reese. And, all of them had playing buddies where they just, they were playing all the way through youth ball and everything else. Well, 3 of his teammates, signed scholarships to play baseball at the next level. And so they had their big signing party last night. So we show up, and these families are like, best friends with us. I mean, they still are close. Matter of fact, the moms, it's funny, they still have their little group texting. And sometimes if you see Terry over there and she's just into her phone and she's giggling, and they're all into this group texting, okay, and they're pretty funny too. They call the swag moms, if you're wondering. Okay. But last night I felt old because this was my last one, and it's like I'm the old guy in the room. It's like this is my last kid.
That's that gray beard.
Yeah, it is. But Mac Turner, Logan Green, Ryan Story, and Mitchell Rhodes, they are going on to play at the next level, and so they had their signing party last night, and it's just crazy because you see these kids and they're just itty bitty, and you just watched them grow up. It takes a village, I mean, we all did it together. But the days of travel ball and tent city where you're all sitting around waiting for another game sometime in the day, spending the night, re-spending. I mean, you just watch them grow up, and then there they are, standing there, young men with ties on, saying thank y'all to everybody. Goodness. It's like, wow, so it's real. But congratulations to them, and it was a kind of cool moment. But we got home late because we did not vapor after it was over. We hung out.
Grip and grin.
We hung out and was just having fun
with party favors.
Because me and the dads are close, and Terry and the moms are close, so we were all just kind of hanging around, going, so this is real. This is really happening. And it was a lot of fun, but it was a little later now, I thought. I came on home, and I was like, so it's, wow, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if Helmsley's made it back from Madison.
Started to Marco Polo, y'all, when I got in here, because you gave me a message probably a little before 6, and I was already in event mode, and so I didn't respond. There was something there was something on a bathroom stall. I stopped about 10, 15 minutes from the church.
Ooh, stomach attack.
And there was a bathroom. No, Craig. There was a bathroom stall that had quite the artwork on
Right.
it. And I started to either take our
should
picture
have.
or Marco Polo, and I realized I didn't have my phone in my pocket. I wasn't
really?
going back to my car and then back in there for that.
Okay.
So
We got some creative people that
this was
come
very
up with poems.
very
Yeah.
creative.
Yeah.
And it was about a guy named Danny. I'll leave it at that. It
Here's
was,
a man named Danny.
Yeah. So it was a little poem
Yeah.
about a
Had
guy
a big old
named.
fanny.
Hey, Greg.
You're headed down the right territory. I know that.
Here lies the bones. You ain't never heard.
All right, buddy.
Stop.
I blame you. It's the walker. You brought this cane in, and it's turned him. You really have.
Well, I knew it'd make his day,
right.
just like the flag and
Hey,
Cheesehead made your day.
Something would have made your day, and I'm pointing at Greg last night, and it had kind of embarrassed me, and I had one of those moments. So we have all these big, huge round tables set up where maybe 6 can sit around it, all right? And so you got the families up front, and everybody else is kind of spread out. Well, they go to, hey, it's about to start, okay? So getting everybody's attention, everybody sits down, and hey, want to welcome everybody, and then we're about to pray for the food, and then hey, you can eat, and then we'll do all the signing after that. Well, so everybody gets real quiet, and hey, let us pray or whatever. And something was said, and I hear, and I turn around, and it's JC and Reese, and they're cutting up, and I had to do the, hey, like they're
Cold
like
laugh.
they're 12, but what they were laughing at, Greg would have been applauding them.
Yeah.
I can't tell. I can't.
Oh, you got to tell me off air.
And I thought, Greg, it's kind of funny. I'm telling him to be quiet, and Greg would have been over there laughing
I've
with
been
him.
loving it.
Huh?
You got to tell me off air.
Okay. But I had, and one of my buddies caught me and said, "So you got a 20-year-old and a 17 over there, and you having to snap at them to be quiet?" I'm like, "Yeah." I turned around. I said, "Well, surely that's not a Wilburn."
Please
You thought
look
you were
at this
past
one.
that.
Yeah,
What if this is your new thing?
It is.
Greg.
Hey, Dr. Dudney's here.
I know. I see him.
I'm gonna go let him
There
in.
he is, right there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by HelloFresh.com. You know, as the busy holiday season approaches, and I'm not sure if everybody's looked at the calendar, next week is Thanksgiving. Let us suggest HelloFresh.com. It's delivered right to your door, right to your doorstep, giving you extra quality time to spend with family and friends. And I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to love it. In fact, there's over 50 menu and market options every week. They're quick and easy recipes that are lifesavers on the busiest of weeknights, family-friendly options too. So as you have friends over, family over, let them take care of the hassle of figuring out what's for dinner. What are we doing? This holiday season, make the most of your time in the kitchen and savor the deliciousness. Go to HelloFresh.com right now. What you're going to want to do is use promo code BUBBA for 14 free meals, plus 3 gifts during their special Black Friday sale going on right now. Let me repeat that. 14 meals for free, plus 3 free gifts when you use promo code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com, promo code BUBBA to unlock those cool deals going on right now at HelloFresh.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Dudney is here, and he has brought something to eat for us, which he normally does.
I think there's a dip in there or something.
Well,
he had chips with him.
He said something, and I know Bubba might have us on in his office. He said something, and I love his heart here.
Yeah.
But he said the reason why he chose what he chose is because he was trying to help Bubba. He said, I didn't want to do anything sweets-wise because I know Bubba. I want to help Bubba. Yeah. And I said, hey, buddy, love your heart here, and that's why you're so nice. Probably one of the nicest men I know.
It probably is.
But he's still eating sweets, but I give you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what he did bring is pretty cool. It's got
brought
It's like a bread. Is it a bread bowl type thing?
It's a bread bowl. Yeah.
BB.
Yeah. With like a dip in
so
the
a
middle.
dip inside the bread bowl.
Mm-hmm. That was a weak whistle.
That was a weak
I
whistle.
didn't want to scare everybody.
Okay. I'll go. There you go. So that's going for us. Coming up next hour, we'll meet this week's winner of Fix Mama's Mouth.
Quick question for y'all.
This year's winner. I think I said this week's winner.
You did,
well,
but
we
it's
have one
fine.
every week. Yeah, that's
what if we did? What if we fixed people's teeth weekly?
That'd be a lot of work for him.
That'd be tired.
I mean, it would be.
That'd be a bit.
Yeah, it's a
$15,000. It'd be a lot of money.
Too.
Yeah. All right, so I don't know if y'all give
Good stuff.
anything to tonight's NFL game. That's not even why I'm bringing this up. NFL, New England at Atlanta. Wish I could go to that game, by the way, and take Braden. They are. But this happened this weekend. I've been wanting to get this in. Okay. So just a little trivia question, just a little fact for you. See if you know anything about this.
Okay.
So this weekend, the Redskins beat Tampa.
Washington football team.
Yeah.
Well,
You
whatever.
racist pig.
Mm-hmm.
You scared me, by the way, when you said that.
Well,
I thought I
I'm
was
just
doing
saying that's
something
not. You
horrible.
can't do that
Trying
anymore.
to save you from the cancel.
So they
culture.
did.
Yeah.
They did the longest drive of the season, which was 10 minutes and 26 seconds. They went on to win.
Brady
the game.
never got the ball back.
And they got
till
this
it was too
quarterback
late.
nobody's ever heard of.
So yeah.
Right.
So
Heineke.
yeah. So
Heineken
it got
something.
me to. It is Heineke, I think, or is that the
I think
tires
it's
or the
Heineke.
rental car place or something?
I think it is
Oh.
Heineke.
Anyway,
It's the cross between that and the beer.
they kept talking about how they had the longest drive of the season, 10 minutes and 26
forever.
seconds. And I thought, well, I wonder what the longest drive of all time
That
is.
just popped in your
It
head.
did.
Ooh,
It did.
I
And
like
so I
this.
started researching.
Calm down.
I started researching a little bit. I thought, I'm going to find out what the longest drive. You want to take a gander at what the longest drive
13 minutes,
in
2
NFL's
seconds.
history, modern. How many?
13-2.
Oh, wow. You're
14:01.
close, by the way. You're close. It's in between.
13-40.
You're closer.
13-35.
You're getting closer.
30.
Oh, tell us.
13-21.
Wow.
13
Hey,
minutes.
Hey,
21.
If you're the other
seconds.
team's offense, you're just sitting there going,
Listen,
waiting.
hey,
how you doing it?
Like this.
It was the 1997
Ooh.
Tennessee Oilers.
No, the old
Before they
Tennessee
had
Oilers.
changed, yeah.
Steve McNair.
It was on Thanksgiving Day against the Cowboys.
I remember it.
Great.
Listen to this. 25 plays.
Wow.
14 rushing plays. 11 of those were Eddie George. 3 of those was our man Steve McNair, the late great Steve McNair.
The late great.
I just thought that was interesting.
The Oilers drafted
To
him in the
have the
first
ball, they had the ball for 13 minutes and 21 seconds.
You know,
How about
we
that?
always you hear about time possession, you go, yeah, defense was on the field, they wore out. But the other offense is on the field too. How come they're not wore out?
Yeah.
When they say that.
Why do we act like the offensive guys
everybody
are in
on
so
the
much
field
better
should be
shape?
everybody on the field.
We do act like that.
A 14-minute drive should be worn out.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, especially Eddie George and Steve McNair.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that offensive line.
Wow.
How about that?
That's a long drive.
It
y'all.
is 13 minutes.
I remember when they were still the Oilers. That was weird.
Now,
you don't remember now.
That's modern day. There was a 1935
Slinging Sammy Ball.
1403. There was a drive at 1403. Of course, we weren't tossing the pigskin around then. It was different football, but it was between the Chicago Bears and the Boston Redskins. I did not know the Redskins were Boston at one point, but I thought that was an
Well, you
interesting
keep
fact.
saying Redskins.
You like that?
I know.
Keep saying it.
Well, there wasn't nothing wrong with it back in 1935.
There wasn't.
No.
That doesn't seem to matter, but anyway.
Yeah.
Good night. I did not know. I didn't know
thought
that.
I'd throw that stat. I can't imagine having the football for 13 minutes and
All
21
right,
seconds.
so
That's a long time.
I can't remember how I saw it. I think was it Fox? The game was so bad Sunday they switched to this game.
No, that was Atlanta and Dallas. Dallas
Okay.
beat them so bad that they swapped.
Yeah. And I saw this drive you're talking about.
Yeah.
It was a long
That's the
one.
only reason I saw it, because I was
It was a
watching
long one.
Dallas and Atlanta.
And look, Tom Brady's mean face when he's really mad.
Well, he was sitting on the bench. He couldn't go anywhere.
And they just
I know,
couldn't
he
do
couldn't do
anything.
Yeah.
And how he was sitting, Greg? How was he again? With his hands crossed like that? Yeah. Imagine if he had that
Helmet
cane.
off.
What if he had had that cane?
Oh, he'd have been better. He could have leaned on it.
Yep.
Saved his legs.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've had a lot of fun together today.
been fun.
And
I want
thank
to
you
thank
for
Helms for our gifts.
Thank you for the
Especially
gifts.
that beautiful portrait.
All right. Tomorrow we return the favor, Helmsley.
Can't
Rick
wait.
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
CarShield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome for another Rick and Bubba show. Brand new hour starting now. Much to do, much to do. Let's start with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show approaching our 28th birthday. We've been around a while. And we have a lot to uncover on the program today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, A.D. Van Adler, all here. The entire team ready to go. Willa Meat still in play. A long-delayed Fix Mama's Mouth winner. Due to all the pandemic stuff, we're going to bring her in here finally. She's been looking forward to this. So we'll meet her on the program today. And we got a lot to unpack. Yeah. Let's bring him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice. Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. Jacksons.
There they are.
I see them right there.
There they are.
All right, so I'm looking at everything today. I mentioned Fix Mama's Mouth. That's going to happen pretty quick. Willa Meats in play. That'll be today or tomorrow. We got a Rick and Bubba University, the podcast we will record today. Cuz Strickland is going to be with us from Mossy Oak. We'll talk the great outdoors. We'll talk about some tips. We'll tell some stories.
Hey, is that invite to come deer hunting still on the table?
Correct.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm shocked you're not there Saturday. Could have kept your streak going since I guess old Burge will be at a wedding. But anyway, so you got that. Also, yesterday's Bible study, that archive is out, 1 Corinthians 14. If you want to be upset with that, you have to be upset with Paul and God himself. So anyway, that's out there, and enjoy that. And then we also, Wise Bubba waking up at 1 a.m., and do we have a truck to sell?
Rick, we need to talk about it. We just need to figure out how we want to do that.
Today's the day we organize it?
Yeah, we'll organize.
Talk it up.
Yeah, talk it up. Talk it up. Maybe do it tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, but today, let's lay the groundwork.
Yeah. Let's find out how we want to do it. I just want to be fair to everybody.
Yeah, sure. Well, you got to be fair. But that thing's ready to go, and it's sought after, too. Let me tell you something.
She is ready to go.
Now, we're looking for one money.
Yeah.
We ain't financing none of that.
No, we're not running finance.
We're not going to tote the note.
No toting the note. And hey, it'll have to be an as-is deal.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. One money like she said.
The reason that I am selling it is because I need to move on.
Yeah,
so
you do.
I don't want to not move on.
Right. There's a lot. I'm worried about you a little bit.
Why?
Well, I know that you're not a big change guy. Okay.
Rick, I hate change.
All right.
I hate it.
And everywhere I look
I'm
right
a
now,
habit guy.
everywhere I look, there's change.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and
yeah,
so-
it's been a year of change.
Yeah, can I just run you a list of all the changes?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so by the way, let's go to the big one first. You're leaving a studio and an office you've been in for 14 years.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a big shift.
Yeah, when did we actually get in here? 2006?
2009.
2009 here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So
14 years.
correct. So we rolled on in here and
Yeah, I'm a creature of habit. Getting up early.
So that's
you
right.
have to be.
Right. You've had a truck that you've had for
Since 2000, 2001.
yeah. And she's got to go.
Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
Yep.
You've had hunting land for how long?
15 years. Well, the one I had 15 years.
Yeah, and been had it longer than that. You've had hunting land. But
Oh,
you
yeah.
hadn't-
Since
probably what 20 years, 18 years, something like that. I don't know how long you had that first little thing.
Rick, I would say
Because they
20 years.
overlapped for a while.
yeah. I've had some dirt somewhere to go for 21, 22 years.
Out.
Out.
So I mean,
lots of change.
Yeah, it's lots of
change.
Lots of changes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's some I'm not even thinking of. Yeah.
Well, it's just when you don't have to be a hoarder to end up with a lot of stuff.
No.
Over time, and I tried to make leaving the farm as simple as possible.
You really did.
But
Somebody got a sweet deal on that.
But Rick,
Boy, let me
they
tell
did.
you.
They did.
Good night.
Turnkey, baby.
Hindsight,
Yeah.
but I'd never really familiar with the term seller's remorse.
Right.
but,
I warned you about the team running on the field. That's the best analogy I can give you.
When it's 100, when it's 100 outside
Yeah.
and snakes and ticks,
No.
and all that, it's that's not something you're attached to as much as when it cools off.
No, this is my favorite time of year
yes.
in our state, and by far. And you're right. Honestly, if I was real, and you're right, when you try to go into the great outdoors in an Alabama summer, it's not that great. Now, if you're going to be on the water, it's great. But I'm talking about going out in the woods, going out into.
Well, there's a lot of obstacles.
What you talking about? It'll be 95 degrees. It'll feel like 101.
Mm-hmm.
There's ticks. There's mosquitoes.
Dripping
there's
in
spider
sweat.
webs.
Dripping in sweat.
You're dripping in sweat. Everything's dirty. Weeds everywhere.
Everywhere.
Underbrush has grown up.
Now, this time of year, hey, it's kind of cool out there.
But right now, let me tell you something. Right now, I'll show you some pictures. So then
I know.
I just sit there and say, "Boy, I tell you what, Romans 1 is right." I mean, there's no one with an excuse.
I need to bring. I need to get on my ATV and come down the farm, not mess up your deer hunt, but just to ride around. I need to just.
Don't tell Gary.
I need to just.
yeah.
I just need to get out.
Bubba, you know this. You can't ride around during deer season. You can't just ride around.
Not in your area that you.
Yeah.
No, I think you shouldn't. But in your hunting area, the other places. I'll ride up down dirt road. I don't care.
Yeah. You got
It don't
that.
even bother me to ride in hunting places. Didn't we get this place so we can ride on trails? What are we, Mossy Oak? Right. I mean, this is Burgess's place.
I've seen a few power line runs. I thought, well, I'll just get out and ride up and down.
Yeah, you got a big old pasture. Really.
That's.
No, I just mean any power line run.
Right. By the way, I thought about that because I'm thinking to myself today, you want me to just go ahead and take that 4-wheeler? I mean, what are you really going to do with it? And that way it'll be down there, and you can just come down there and ride.
There you go.
Well, I told you I've got a lot of equipment scattered out in a lot of places right now, and that's another thing just drives me crazy.
I may have to come look.
I
at
like to have one gate, one door, and everything in it.
I'm thinking I might pick up a few deals.
Yeah.
I know better than that.
I'd sell you a tractor.
Yeah, and that's a lot.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you, ride the tractor.
I know it is. So, I thought
Especially
about
one
that.
with air conditioning and an AM/FM radio.
I thought about that though. I need to get that 4-wheeler and just keep it down there.
Why have you locked in on it?
Well, I just thought he don't need that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Dr. Dudney has joined us. Thomas Dudney been coming on the show for years, talking about these makeovers, dental makeovers that we've been doing, and his office has been donating. How many years, Dudney? We've talked about this every time you come on.
I know. I think it's around 15 now.
A lot of years, but it dawned on you today that this is your last appearance.
It is. It's
You
sad.
said you're going to try to make the year ender, though.
I am.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, our last time to be on the show, so yeah, it's a little nostalgic.
If you fix another mama's mouth, it'll be in a new studio.
It will be, yes. And we plan to do it. As long as you'll have us, we'll keep doing it because we love doing this.
Yeah, but I saw you walking the halls here at the Broadcast Plaza.
I know, saying goodbye to everything.
saying goodbye to everything. I remember one time you didn't know I heard you. You were mumbling, "You award-winning, beautiful thing." And she served us well. She really has. I mean, she's
really
coming
has.
on. She's a little tattered.
Right.
Coming in a little tattered. She's seen some things.
Doc, I want you to know, too, in the new design, I had suggested it got shot down, but I suggested that the door frame looked like a giant molar.
Oh,
We didn't get
In a
any
way,
luck
yeah.
for that.
And the old studio seems like a really long time ago on the bluff.
Way
With
back.
Shoney's big boy out there, and that was a long. Now you're moving to your third one.
I've designed my new office with a dental chair, so you can just come to me for the
you go.
every 6 months.
Hey, we'll make a studio call.
Yeah. Christy,
that is a pretty good chair, though.
Is there gas? Hook up?
Yeah,
I
right,
mean,
yeah.
Bubba,
Oh,
Get that. You're ready to go.
So Christy's here too from Dudney's office. Hey, Christy.
Hey.
So here we go. Everybody say hello to Bonnie Schroeder.
Hey, Bonnie.
Bonnie. Hey, y'all. How you doing?
Look,
Look at Bonnie smiling.
I know. Look at she can't wait to show off those new pearls.
And
Look
I
at her.
never smiled before, so smile.
There she is now. So, and your daughter Amanda's here. Hey, Amanda.
Hi.
And Amanda's the one that wrote the letter that you, the audience, voted for because we get down to 3. She was finalist number 2, and you guys voted for her to be the winner. And I have the letter here if everybody wants to.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Does anybody want
Let's hear it.
tears?
Yeah, I wanna hear
Anybody
it.
want any tears?
I don't want to cry, but I'd like to
I
hear
got to
it.
warn you, Dudney.
Hey,
Scoot over by Bubba.
I read them all, so
So Amanda, you sent this in, right?
Yes.
Okay, and your last name is Soderquist.
Soderquist.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Here's the letter. I can't remember the last time my mother truly smiled. We talked about that. Through the years, I'd catch an off-guard laugh or a genuine smile radiate from her before she realized that her teeth were showing, and then she tried to cover it up. It always brought me so much joy to catch those moments as a kid. I loved her smile, and I remember feeling so much heartbreak when I realized she was trying to cover her teeth because she was embarrassed. As my mother's daughter, I probably am more biased than most, that my mother is one of the most beautiful women I know. Outside of raising my brother and me, she has also helped to raise so many other children. When I was little, she worked in daycare, and as I got older, she began working with special needs and autistic students as a supportive instruction paraprofessional, and is still in that role. Each one of those children were her world in much the same way that my brother and I were her own kids. Growing up, my brother and I never wanted anything. My parents lived on a small paycheck to paycheck income, but we never knew that as children. As a 32-year-old woman, looking through my photos, I see so much of my mom and me in all those photos. I am smiling. I'm smiling because my parents put the future of their children over themselves time and time again. They chose us always. We had braces for beautiful smiles, new shoes for school, while my mom suffered through tooth pain, and my dad gorilla glued his work shoes back together. As a parent, you sacrifice for your children time and time again without question or regret. As a child of parents like that, you do anything in the world to give back to those two loving and selfless people that made you who you are. On September the 16th, 2020, my father was taken from this world in a tragic car accident caused by a reckless driver. He was my best friend. I heard his voice almost every day for my whole life, and then he was gone. I never got the chance to say goodbye or to thank him for everything that he'd ever done for me. I was left with a tiny urn, a song he wrote me, and thousands of wonderful memories. In losing my dad, my mom lost her best friend and part of herself forever. The heartbreak of my witnessing that as a child is indescribable. It shatters you. After that day, I felt that the joy had just been siphoned out of the world. But my mom, even though the worst time of her life, I can still see that smile in her eyes. From the moment I took my first breath, my parents did absolutely everything to give me the world and to make my life beautiful. My mom gave me life, raised me to be the woman I am. She gave me my smile. I want to be able to give her her smile. and one that she can be proud of. I want to give her photos she can look back on and feel joy, not embarrassment because of her teeth. I want her to feel as beautiful every day of the rest of her life as she has always been to me. Wow.
Yeah.
There we go. A little misty in here.
Not much you can do other than applaud that. That's an awesome letter.
I'm
Well-
making myself cry.
Yeah, well, and Bonnie, just everybody in this room has children, and I can say on behalf of parents everywhere to you, Amanda, it doesn't really get any better than a letter like this from one of your children.
No, it doesn't.
To because you don't know. I mean, you do what you do because that's your call, and you do what you do because you love them. You're not even asking that they even notice what you're doing.
No.
You just do it.
It's unconditional.
Right, and for them to come back and to confirm and acknowledge that they did understand the sacrifices that you laid out for them and you took for them, and what an opportunity, Amanda. I think obviously we our heart breaks with you guys with your ongoing mourning about your dad and of course Bonnie, your husband, but to hear this at the end that they sacrificed to give you your smile, and you were hoping you could find a way to give her the smile that you've always seen. So, Dudney, the work, it looks fantastic. I mean, it's just...
And Rick, with Amanda being a grown woman also, this is real. I mean, if she was 15, she might be hitting up her mom for a car.
True story.
So, she's on her own now, so this is heartfelt.
You know what? It's also hope for all of you out there that there is a point that your kids stop taking and they start
story
getting,
again.
and they start getting.
Really?
Yeah, it's coming, Bubba.
Eventually,
Okay.
eventually.
She's a grown woman. Yours aren't there
Most of the
yet.
time.
It's coming.
You're excited about giving till it never ends.
Right. Yeah. Well, also you can't give once it's gone. But anyway, so what we'll do is we'll come back.
Has this rocket cleared the tower yet?
Right. We'll come back and we'll
It's
talk.
all you, Houston. Go.
We'll talk to Bonnie and Amanda about what it was like to have this done. We'll talk to Dudney about the experience. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can actually see some of the pictures that Adler's been showing you, some before and afters. So,
Bonnie, that's amazing.
yeah.
That is amazing.
So we'll come back. We'll talk about it, and we'll interview Bonnie and say, how has this impacted you? And you can see Amanda over there. I can already see how it's impacted you. This has to feel outstanding.
It is. It really is.
We'll be back. Dr. Dudney's with us. Christy's here from Dudney's office. Another Fix Mama's Mouth story that we will always remember. So we'll come back. More with our winner when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Relief Factor is our sponsor, and let me tell you something. I've already had my first dose today, and here is a letter from Nancy in Oklahoma. She has sent an email in to Relief Factor saying, I want to let you know I noticed improvement after 2 weeks when I started taking Relief Factor. I have nerve and spinal fusion damage, so I'm taking 3 packs per day. This is week 5. I took the box to my pain management doctor. He recommended I take 3 of the 4 ingredients. He had never heard of this product, but was glad for the information. I think he's even going to start recommending it to other patients. Hope so. I tell everybody about it. I was so grateful that my husband heard about it on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, you're welcome, Nancy, and it is all natural. Look, when we're talking about the aches and pains and whatever's going on, the over-the-counter stuff, it certainly can serve a purpose, but wow, they did not make these for a lifestyle. And I've had even family members that had bad side effects of overuse of the over-the-counter stuff, and then let's don't even get into the opioids. Good gracious. You start getting into the addictive properties of this stuff. Well, Relief Factor is all natural. It's just 4 botanicals, and it concentrates on the way your body responds to inflammation. And these have all worked together, so they put them together in kind of an Avengers-type pack to fight the inflammation in your body and help with pain management. So see if it works for you. Over 70% of the people that ordered the starter pack, they say, I'm in. It's working for me. See if it'll work for you. $19.95, 3 weeks worth of Relief Factor comes to you. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether it works for you or not. We hope and pray that it will. There's a link to it, rickandbubba.com, under the sponsors button. So we're talking to Bonnie Schroeder. Bonnie is the mom that won the latest Fix Mama's Mouth with Dr. Dudney. Dr. Dudney, we've done the uppers, we've done the x-rays, we've done the cleaning, about $15,000 worth of a new smile, and buddy, she is smiling and shining like a new dime. Look at her over there.
That's a good expression. I like that.
So Bonnie,
she is smiling, and we love it. We love it when they smile.
Yeah, and you were telling us even before they got here, you really enjoy getting to know this family.
Oh, they're awesome. They're awesome, and you can tell from the letter, how well she was raised and how much she thinks of her mother. And that's what I think we've tried other makeovers over the years, but we keep coming back to the mother's makeover because there's just something about mother's love for children that is reflected in this letter. But it's just something about being able to give something back to your mother for what they've done for you for their whole life,
Let's all admit, as men and fathers, it was a little shocking the lack of response to Fix Daddy's Mouth.
Yeah.
It just didn't bring in the letters like Mama did.
No.
No,
It was an experiment.
Right.
And,
right.
The results were not what we were expecting.
We did a couple of them, and they were fun to do.
Yeah, they were.
And they were very well deserving. And
Yeah.
we still to this day get some letters and say, hey, what about dads? And say, but the number of letters we get for moms compared to the dads was just overwhelming in favor of the
Do you
mothers.
think that some of that too is I think a lot of it is sadly people don't have good relationships with their dad.
Sadly,
but I also think some of it is that they think Dad doesn't care.
Right. And I think there's some. Yeah, it's probably true.
You think,
No,
Rick?
no. Look, I heard a conversation with some women yesterday. My wife and I we our son we were cutting some videos for our
Right.
church, the announcements and all that. So Sherry's like, I want to get a picture of us with Brody as he's doing his job and all that. And I'm like, Sherry, and she's like, no, let's do it. So another woman comes over to take the picture.
Right.
And they begin to discuss how men will put a picture up of themselves and just couldn't care less what it looks like.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about, we were saying, you
Right.
realize how many shots of this we've got to do? And the women would run over and do that Zoom thing.
Yeah.
They got to look at this, and we had to take the
not
picture.
that one.
We had to take the picture over and over and over. My wife said, I believe Rick would post a picture of himself with his eyes closed.
And be okay with it.
Not even
Yeah.
care.
Well, men, to some degree, you're absolutely right.
Right.
They care, but not to the degree women care.
Right.
I think that has a lot to do with it, and certainly there's something about love for mothers that just is a special kind of love, I think.
So Bonnie, what has it done for you? Tell us about how this has impacted your life.
Wow. Truly blessed with the sadness that my year had taken.
Yeah.
I had a village behind me at home. I had a friend of mine at work, which I got to give a huge shout out to. She's like y'all's #1 fan, Christy Sanders and
Hey,
Jack
Christy.
Sanders.
Hey, Christy.
Christy is one of the teachers I work with, and she knew I was having so many issues with my mouth even prior to my husband's death. And she said, you need to go on the Rick and Bubba show. You need to get Amanda to write a letter. Amanda's an amazing writer. And I'm like, I don't win things. I'm not doing that. Legit, I didn't do it. She's tried to talk me into it, and she got a hold of Amanda.
She reached out to me.
Yeah, she got a hold of Amanda, and then after the letter was written, and Amanda's like, hey, I need pictures of your mouth. And I went, what?
Yeah.
No.
You're right, yeah.
And then when I found out I was like one of the 3 runners up, and I'm like, okay, everybody see my mouth. Now I need to win this. We need to go to see Dr. Dudney.
Right.
And it's been amazing. I've always been so embarrassed by my smile, and I'm a spunky person. And, I bounce off walls half the time, but it's just like, then you're covering, or even school pictures that we have taken at school. I wish my husband would have seen this year's.
Yeah,
but we would take them, and I would tell everybody, yeah, we throw darts at them at home. And they're horrible. And my husband would always say, give me one. Just give me one.
Right.
You're beautiful no matter what.
Amen.
And he never cared, but he'd be happy. He'd be jealous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
He'd be so jealous, though. He'd say, yeah, you get the good mouth. And I'm like,
Yeah. Well, it's you were talking about the difference, men and women being equal, but not being the same. We have never had a man that we had to find a place to plug in a curling iron.
no, but I didn't. I curled it before I left. I curled it before I left. Yeah, I got a hold of Speedy, and I'm like, dude, we're coming at like 2 a.m.
Right, yeah.
I'm really not going to want to be all gussied up. But I got up at 1 my time, so I went ahead and gussied up. And
Well, you look fantastic.
Bonnie,
you look fantastic.
Bonnie, were you nervous about the process?
Oh, I was scared to death
She's terrified of
because I am
dentists.
terrified of dentists. And ask Christy. The juice was my very best friend.
Oh, yeah.
And I really had no issues. They were just very calming. I mean, they had to clean I probably hadn't had my teeth cleaned in, good God, 20 years. I just don't go. The only time I would ever go to the dentist would legit be when it's a root canal and I had so much infection in my mouth.
Right.
That's when I would go, when I had no choice but to go.
Right.
And, then this, I...
Well, you were in the hospital too.
Yeah.
From an infection that was
And
caused
I ended
by a
up with
tooth.
C. diff for months, and I know for a fact it was because of all the infection
Dudney's been talking about this.
That
you
my
can't put these
teeth-
things off.
that my teeth had been causing. So please don't wait, people. I mean, they're, and Dudney's office, honest to God, we truly, truly love them. We just felt like family from the moment I walked in.
It's a little different experience.
But, yeah,
Yes,
but,
it is.
But
It
don't you
is.
think, and Dudney, we've talked about this for years.
Not that
and-
he's any better than any other.
No,
dentist,
not that
let's
he's
be
any
clear.
better. Because I think I think the whole industry has changed.
Yes.
But we've talked about this, and all of us around similar age. And I talked to another dentist, by the way, that I go to church with. He said the same thing.
Right.
He said, y'all's generation won't come to the dentist because you were terrified of us when you were kids.
Exactly.
Right.
And he said, now your children don't have any problem coming.
They walk in like it's nothing.
Yeah, and your
Kids
grand-
today, dentistry has changed, and it's all
Yeah.
for the better.
Right.
Technology, the way the treatment's delivered, how much comfortable you are in the chair, things that can calm you, even people that can be put to sleep. So it's just they're horrified. So there's so many things that we can do now. Laser technology, you could go on and on and on, but it's all for the better. And kids don't have bad experiences anymore. So they grow up and they go, why should I be afraid of the dentist? I've never had a bad experience
Right,
there.
and you hear how important it is, and I was the same way. It's like when no one could make me go to the dentist until I found Dr. Dudney and all that, I wouldn't go. Once it was my own decision,
Right.
I'm like, I'm not doing
Yep.
that. And then you see, but we've talked about how important it is to keep that maintenance going. When you saw your smile when it was finished, what was that like?
Well, I kind of I maybe did cry a little bit.
did.
Yeah,
I-
yeah.
Well,
I
because you were
cried.
listening to the music and one of the
Well,
songs came
I had
on.
music going too, and it was kind of a perfect song.
Yeah.
And my husband and I had this one song, "Simple Man,"
Yeah.
by Leonard Skinner,
Oh yes.
and doggone, if Simple Man didn't come on.
How about that?
So I'm like,
There it is.
thanks, Bob.
Good
Yeah,
timing.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, well,
For me, there's nothing like a good song and gas.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you what.
Yeah.
I'm on the gas and Simple Man is playing.
Yeah.
Mama told me.
Now, we don't abuse it, but I have had it a couple of times just dropping off a copay.
All right, so when we come back, Bonnie, your story's incredible. Amanda, the letter, fantastic.
spell 20?
I know you think that things can't get any better, but we're about to give you one more opportunity that you may not have been counting on. And it's going to be a biggie when we come back, so I just want you to be ready.
Okay.
Don't panic.
We're both like,
Okay.
what's happening?
But you think to yourself it can't get any better, but I'll tell you what, it may.
It is.
Yeah, so stand by. You know,
Wow.
there's certain things that only the Rick and Bubba Show can make happen.
Oh, my word.
Amen,
Okay.
amen to that.
Don't panic.
No panic.
We'll come back with Bonnie Schroeder and Dudney. Outstanding job again. Christy, really
Thank
great
you.
job.
Thank you.
We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, Bonnie Schroeder, the latest winner in Fix Mama's Mouth, is here with us today. And Bonnie, I know there's been a lot. You guys have been going through a lot, and there's sometimes you think to yourself, what can I do to try to make this day even better? And Bubba, all I can think about is letting Bonnie spin the wheel of meat.
Well,
Buddy, what?
it doesn't get much bigger than that.
No. Get over here, Bonnie, and spin that wheel. You're spinning the wheel of meat. It's the wheel. The wonderful wheel of meat.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful wheel of meat. Well, I'll tell you, watching Bonnie with that new smile, got her hair perfect, heading over to the wheel to spin the wheel of meat. Greg's on the drums. The wheel of meat brought to you by our friends, obviously, at harryanddavid.com. They'll send the delicious meat to you if you win meat. 1-800-Flowers.com. Got some great bouquets. You say bouquet, Dudney, or bouquet?
I say bouquet.
Bouquet of flowers. Got that there.
Rick,
Moultrie's got a feeder up there. Cord Buddy's on the wheel.
I was thinking in the break, in case of my untimely demise, do you think Amanda might jot down a paragraph or two about me?
Yeah, would you mind?
If something
I mean,
happens.
that's totally fine. I'll take PayPal and
Yeah, right. I saw her taking a few notes as you were eating that food Dudney brought in.
Yeah.
Wow. I tell you, Dudney will feed you good for a dentist. You know it.
He will. All right, so
First time he handed me a cookie when we got done, I thought, this is my place.
All right, so that's right. It's almost like hunting over a baited field. You want to see Bubba? He'll be in here.
Yeah, spring up honey.
Sorry about that, buddy. I need to back off. I'm not going either if that makes you feel better. All right, so now Sunday afternoon I'll probably slip out. All right, so
What time?
Bonnie, 2. Let's get there about 1:45. All right, so
Holler at you if I'm in the neighborhood.
Bonnie, you're on the wheel. Hey, Bonnie, and so Bonnie, you know that you can't spin the wheel until the caller says, "Wow, what a wheel."
Okay. Wow, what a
Yeah,
wheel.
we'll
I
cue you.
better hear ya.
We'll cue
All right, so let's go to Cliff in Southeast Oklahoma. Cliff, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Bonnie is ready to spin. What do you say? Cliff? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess.
Hi, Cliff.
Hey, Cliff. Sorry. All right, go ahead. What do you say to Bonnie?
Well, what are we?
Let's go, Bonnie. Let it rip. There it goes.
Christy, one of the better screamers we've had in here before. I ain't seen you get startled in a while.
Yeah! Chord buddy, chord buddy, chord buddy, strum it. Cliff, you won right out of the gate, buddy. Bonnie spun you a chord buddy. How about that?
Alrighty.
All right, so the chord buddy attaches to the neck of the guitar, and of course we need to ask you an uncomfortable question. Do you strum with your right hand or your left?
Right hand.
Right hand. Okay. Make a note of that. It's your right hand strummer.
Yes.
All right, so I'm putting you on hold, and that chord buddy will be coming to you. Okay.
All righty.
Cliff, how do you get the show in Southeast Oklahoma?
YouTube.
Watching on YouTube. Let's give him away.
Thanks, Cliff.
Go! All right, there we go. Dudney, you got to be ready for the go now. Come on, Dudney.
Sorry. I'm fading here.
Yeah, look, when you hear the go, you got to say go.
I'm there with
Don't
you.
fade on us, Doc.
Right.
You wake up over there.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Dalton, Georgia, where Lamar is standing by. Lamar, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing good. How y'all?
Good. What do you say to Bonnie?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip.
Christy, what a screamer.
Let's go. Let's go, Will. Come on, Bonnie. I'm afraid, Lamar, you've been eaten by Jaws. It landed on Pippet.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so now we're one to the beach. Oh, no. Pippet! Pippet! Here, Pippet! Pippet! Have a good day, Lamar.
Pippet
Thanks,
ain't
buddy.
coming home.
There you go. So we lost Pippet. By the way, you can keep on calling Pippet.
Yeah.
It ain't going to matter. You can put out a bowl of food. It still ain't going to work.
No.
All right, let's go to
Pippet not with us.
let's go to Auburn, Alabama, where Chris is standing by. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Bonnie?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Bonnie. Yeah. Put a little more on it. Yeah. put a little more on it.
Getting warmed up now. Getting her back. Can we just get a sound? Record Christy screaming. We may need that again.
Oh, yeah! Henry the horse. Henry the horse. Here he comes. Henry the horse. Henry, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How is it going?
We're doing good.
Good, Dentist Dudney. How are you, sir?
Oh, wonderful.
Good. Hey, I was wondering, would you mind fixing my cousin's mouth? I gotta warn you, he has horse teeth. And he is a jackass. Literally. Literally.
Literally. There he goes. There goes Henry the horse. Let's all sing it. Bye, Henry. What a horse. All right. Let's go to Penny. Penny's out of... Go! Dudney didn't do it again! Dudney,
You just scream when you hear it.
Did they not play Go at your high school? Did y'all ever do Go when the team was playing?
You know, when I went to high school, how long ago that was?
Wasn't that
I
long?
think they did.
All right, let's go to...
Everybody say go!
They were beating on sticks on trees out in the woods.
Give me a G!
Penny, what do you say to Bonnie?
Good morning, and wow, what a wheel.
There you go. I feel like I'm being tortured. All right, here we go. Come out, Rick. Come out. All right. Flowers. Smell it. All right, so Penny, you want 2 dozen red roses, 2 dozen multicolored roses, or autumn lilies?
How about the multicolored roses?
Multicolored roses for Penny from 1-800-Flowers.com. Consider it done. Greg, how about a go for Penny? Go! 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 Come on. But he was still off.
I was right there with you.
You picked it up. Congratulations to our winners. Good job. Let's give it up for Bonnie. What about a go for Bonnie? Greg, what about a go for Bonnie? We got to have a go for Bonnie. Just one's fine. Go! Dudney! He missed it again. Dudney.
He's half asleep.
All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's be honest. We're looking at the state of our economy right now, and you're thinking maybe a good time to diversify, but you're not sure what to do. Inflation, I mean, it is running hot. And, of course, you look at some of the inflation numbers, and here, what are we seeing? The current administration just wants to continue to throw money into an economy where there's not enough supply. So if you're worried about the impact of all this additional spending on the already very high inflation, then protect your savings now. Diversify your savings into physical gold and silver, and we suggest you use our friends at Birch Gold Group. Birch Gold Group is the company that we recommend for precious metals. They have an A-plus rating with their Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews, and thousands of satisfied customers to help you protect your hard-earned savings. So there's a little-known section of the IRS tax code. You can legally move your IRA or 401k into precious metals. Did you know that? With no tax implications or penalties. So get started protecting your assets now with gold in a tax-sheltered account. Now, here's what you need to do. You ready? Got your phone ready? Get the free kit from Birch Gold by texting the word, put it together, Rick Bubba, no spaces, Rick Bubba, and text that to 989-898. 989-898. And there's zero cost, zero obligation to request this info, so don't wait. Rick Bubba is the message, and then you text it to 989-898.
888-866-9898.
Six minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. How about it? Brand new hour. Let's reset everything for you. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out again this weekend. We'll record that today with Cuz from Maceo. We'll talk the great outdoors with Cuz and maybe give you some tips for those of you that enjoy that. And plus, if you are not, that's not really your thing, you just want to hear us talk to a cool dude, and hear their story. That'll be part of it too. So,
yeah, and you know what? Even if you're not into hunting and you don't know the hunting story, how this company started and grew is amazing. And we're going to get Cuz just kind of reset and at least start the podcast today with that story.
Yeah.
So even if you're not into hunting and you don't realize what a star that Cuz is, I mean, Rick, you know, you can probably list 5, 6, maybe 7 people that are the cornerstones of the modern hunting empires and business, and Cuz is one of them.
Yeah, so we'll talk with him. So yeah, to Bubba's point, and will we try to get a pointer or two? Maybe, but it mainly will be about their story and about Cuz himself. So enjoy that coming up this weekend, and it'll be out wherever you get podcasts. Also, well, I'm checking. I need to check on something.
Rick,
but
can I go ahead and just share? We have some.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think pretty big news. This has been coming out in bits and pieces and various court orders or anything. But you know, OSHA has suspended their enforcement of the vaccine mandate. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, it's officially suspended pending.
I saw the story
outcome.
come through yesterday, and I clicked on it, and I tried to read what was taking place. So tell me, because I did see the headline.
Well, they have suspended this until it is settled in the courts. The announcement came shortly after the U.S. Appeals Court rejected a challenge by the Biden administration on November the 12th and reaffirmed its decision to put on hold OSHA's mandate, which requires that businesses with 100 employees or more ensure that workers can be vaccinated, must be vaccinated against COVID-19 by January the 4th, are tested weekly and wear a mask. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans stated in the opinion that OSHA's mandate is staggeringly overbroad.
And I like that word staggeringly being put in
there. And it ordered it to take steps to implement or enforce the mandate, to stop, basically, take no steps to implement or enforce the mandate until further court order. So we'd seen a couple of courts rule this way. The Fifth Circuit was a big rock in the wall on this. So they have stepped up and have basically stopped the OSHA mandate for the entire country. Now, at the heart of this is the ruling that said an employer can require certain things of an employee, including vaccination.
Right.
Okay. The problem is the employers are being done. They're being forced to do this by a federal mandate.
That's different.
The federal government cannot force a vaccination mandate. They're just doing it with a smoke and mirror and an intermediary, if you would. And the court, I mean, it's just common sense. They said, guys, you can't do this. You know you're going against what the law is, and we're not going to have it. And they stopped it and gave them a pretty harsh reprimand for it until eventually it will be decided by the Supreme Court. And I have confidence that the Supreme Court will upheld this ruling.
Yeah.
Well, uphold it.
Yeah, uphold it. But let me just say this. I'm so sick and tired of talking about COVID and vaccines and treatments. I mean, I'm completely done with it. That's not what this is about. This is important because what you're seeing is a couple things in play, and we've talked about this, but it's important, especially for some of you that are younger and you really weren't taught this in a government school. This is the reason why our founding fathers laid out the structure that we have in a constitutional republic. It is all to limit the power of the federal government. And so what you're seeing here with the federal government attempting, and right now being shot down, Bubba, to your update, on trying to use a government agency to force, and it could be anything, but right now it's a vaccine, but it could be anything, to force something on you that they don't have the power to. So what's two things you see? Oh, good, I see how the constitutional republic is set up, and I see this federal court ruling, and I'm looking forward to the Supreme Court, and our founding fathers really thought this through. But here's number two, and don't miss this one. The reason why the founding fathers were correct is, notice, every time we give the government some power, they always abuse it.
Yes.
They will use everything they can, so what you have to do is not give them much to work with, because whatever you give them, they'll use.
Rick, you got to take that note. I take you back to something that I thought we needed at the time, and I still do think to some degree. But when we had the Patriot Act, so we could keep up with terrorists and what they were doing, and it was a priority at that time, and we set up a lot of the ability for our spying agencies to keep eyes on these people. But, of course, it got out of hand. I mean, we saw what happened with Eric Snowden and the things he exposed, and even though I still think that he was a traitor for doing that, but to your point, the government always takes whatever they're given and expands on it.
Right. So
And
just
it's
like
only when we push back and say, no, we're not going to do it through the courts, through public opinion, through protests sometimes, that we can haul them in. But remember, and the Founding Fathers knew this was going to happen. They knew it. That's why they limited government with the Constitution.
You make the point about that. Look, we all had a terrorist attack. We all felt like, well, man, we got to make some. We're going to have to make some adjustments, man. This is just so important. It's scary and out there, and we got to give the government some power and all this. And what did we find out? We found out that they were actually using it for political power as well.
Yeah,
they were targeting people. They were getting information on people, which is why you don't let them do it, even if you're afraid. When you're afraid and you give up freedom, it's always a mistake.
See,
because they cannot handle it. They will abuse it.
Unfortunately, the people involved always ruin the process.
Yeah. So you may have to give up a little security in order to be free.
And
our founding fathers try to tell us that. This is not I didn't come up with this. They've been telling us that, and we just haven't been listening.
Look how the Biden administration. By the way, we're coming up on their 1-year anniversary. The first quarter's almost over, guys. When something doesn't go to suit them politically, in the past, you would make your argument. You would go through the channels, and if it didn't work out, you would go, well, we'll try again later. Okay, we'll do something else. We'll try to build a better case. We'll try to work on the problems with this. Well, now, like the Biden administration, when they get a roadblock on something, they just tell their Department of Justice to go after people. Now they're telling the IRS to go after people.
Mm-hmm.
They're increasing the size of the IRS, almost doubling it.
Yeah.
Because they're going to go after people who they think are tax cheats and all this. Nobody's saying you should be, but you know this is going to be reckless and cause a lot of headache for people who are paying their taxes. And then you go to, you look at OSHA. Look, they knew good and well they could not mandate to private employers to do this. So what do? They go to OSHA, make them mandate it for employers, and then they have to do it for their employees. They're going around the system. They're violating the spirit, if not the letter of what's being done. And thank goodness this court has put a halt to it.
And what you need to understand, if you're listening, and this has nothing to do with Democrats and Republicans, independents, whatever.
Both sides can do it.
Listen to this. This is what's important. This is exactly how it went. I will guarantee you this. They sat down and said, all right, somebody find me a way we can mandate vaccines on people.
Yeah.
And somebody walked in and said, what do you think about OSHA? Hey, that's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
They sit down.
OSHA's over the workplace. Let's make them do it.
They sit down, just like the environmental agency.
Yeah.
Hey,
EPA's another one.
EPA, what can we do to mess this guy up? Well, now look, he's got a creek on his land. We could send the EPA down there and shut him down, take his land over. We can pretend it's some kind of hazard. Yeah. You see what I'm talking about? That's what they do, and they do it to all of us, not just Democrats, not just Republicans. And this is why this is extremely important. If there's ever something that we as a people need to be bipartisan about, it's the overreach of a tyrannical federal government.
But see, here's the problem. Mm-hmm. There's one group that likes overreaching tyrannical government because they can't get their agenda done any other way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because the people will reject it constantly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go around it, use the long arm of the government, and force it on you. Mm-hmm. It's such a good idea, I'm going to have to hold you at the end of a gun barrel, sometimes literally, to get it done, like socialism.
Some of y'all believe the government needs to do things for us for our own good that we're too stupid to figure out. But I'm going to tell you, even you, okay? Even you are better off freer, even if you can't get your agenda through.
That's right.
I'm telling you, you need to listen. Your access to maximum liberty gives you access to your maximum potential. That's not a political statement. That's a government statement, and that's it's a human statement. So just remember that and pay attention to what's going on, because they prove to you when they get shut down. We go, and hopefully they will be completely shut down on this, but you can't forget that they tried it. I remember one time I did a prank one time, and my buddy came back after it was over. He goes, I know the prank worked out. He goes, but I tell you what you don't need to forget, they didn't know it was a prank, and they ran off and left us.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. I do have good news. I know a lot of you wait on this every year, and you're like, okay, guys, we don't need to press here with all the shipping problems out there right now. The new Rick and Bubba double CD, Herd Immunity, is now available. Now, these are the hard copies. I love the artwork this year. These are the hard copies. The Rick and Bubba store has them. You can go to show notes today. There's a link. Take you right to it. You can pick that up if you want to get them. Now, we don't do as many hard copies as we did in the past because of supply and demand. And we are now in the process of trying to get it out to iTunes and all of those other digital opportunities for you. And that will take a little bit. Usually takes a few weeks on best case scenario, about a month on worst case. So that process is underway, but the hard copies are available now. So go to rickandbubba.com and grab those before they are gone. Herd Immunity is the new one.
Herd Immunity.
Herd Immunity. So we got a little Biden update.
Where'd it go?
Where did he go?
Where'd it go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Once again, our president saying things that we're like, anyway, so Biden is now pitching the Build Back Better Act, probably the worst named act I've heard, based on the actual fruit of it. He's at General Motors, the plant there in Michigan, and he's calling for higher taxes on corporations and calls out the GM and CEO, Mary Barra, at her own factory.
This is GM CEO.
Yeah, GM CEO, saying that they're not paying enough in taxes. And then we're going to show you him test drive the new GM electric Hummer. And
Rick, it'll go, buddy.
All right, here he is calling out corporations right in front of the CEO at GM. Here we go.
If you're one of the millions of Americans who's paying around $1,000 a month for your insulin, for example, my Build Back Better plan will make sure that we change that too, because it means that no one will pay more than $35 a month for the insulin.
No way he can.
Does he think we can't hear him unless he squats
Under my
down?
plan. We're going to lower costs for prescription drugs across the board, allowing them to negotiate prices, lowering the cost of daycare, elder care, housing, health care, prescription drugs. That's what the plan does.
It's everything, buddy.
My plan meets the moment of climate change as well.
Here we go.
And one more thing. It's fully paid for.
Okay,
fully paid. It does not increase the deficit one single cent. As a matter of fact, it reduced the deficit according to the experts. And again, no one in America earning less than $400,000 will pay a single penny more in federal taxes.
Not true. Not true.
No one.
Not true.
You say, well, how you doing that, Joe? Well, I tell you what, real simple.
Joey.
I come from the corporate capital of the world.
Here we go.
More corporations incorporated in my state of Delaware than all states combined.
Tell them why.
And guess what? They ain't paying enough. Sorry, Mary. But here's the deal. Look, I'm a capitalist.
No, you're not.
If you're able to make $1 million or $1 billion, have at it. That's good for everybody. Except pay your fair share.
Saying that right to the GM, General Motors CEO right there.
But I love these
Couple of
blanket
points.
statements here that he didn't have to back up.
Couple of points. We've never been told what our fair share actually is.
No, that's
it
one
appears
of
to
them.
be a sliding scale. We all want everyone to pay their fair share. The problem in our country now, a lot of people don't, and it ain't just the rich ones.
Yeah, right.
And the other problem with what he was talking about is corporations. Delaware, most all corporations of any size do incorporate in Delaware because of the liability protection there, and it costs like $50 or something.
Right,
I mean, it's ridiculous. So they were set up to do that. Corporations really don't pay taxes, and you say, well, how is that so? They pass it along. That's a cost of doing business. It goes into the price of whatever they produce, goods or services. So guess what? You, the consumer, actually pay it. That's the facts of it.
And automobiles are so affordable now anyway.
Yeah. I mean, they're twice the price of what my first house was.
Right. Yes.
So now, do we have Joe getting in it? And by the way, does anybody ride with him in this? I don't know that I would.
Here's President Biden. He's going to test drive a new GM electric Hummer, and he gouges it.
Oh gosh.
There he is trying to drive it. Well, I hope nobody's standing around there. Guys, should he be driving? Or somebody is in there with him. You know how sometimes you got to take the keys away from your parents?
Yeah. I think he's at that point.
Ready to go, y'all? Rick, Burgess. Greg?
What if he crashed into that crane?
Not alive.
Well, let me tell you something.
That's funny.
There he is trying to gouge it. So it's there's the old electric Hummer.
He probably he may not be aware. I don't know, but I mean the electric cars, their acceleration curve is very different from a engine that has a transmission that has to shift. Mm-hmm. I mean it's quite the acceleration line. It's more linear.
Well, I know. Look, I'm an old man. I got it. Okay. But when I look at the state of America, I know the green people, of course, very short-sighted, and they have not emotionally thought through how any electric really is going to be any greener, and we've talked about that. But there's just something that feels wrong to see such a vehicle be like a golf cart. It just doesn't feel right. I mean, I feel like America is. I already have said America's over, but now we're celebrating an electric Hummer, and I know the technology, and I got all that. It just feels wrong.
Rick, let me ask you this. I thought Hummer had been sold off to the Chinese. Didn't we have that story a few years ago?
I knew they were supposed to quit making them or something.
Yeah. I don't know. But you're right. This is it's clearly a Hummer. It says right there on the back.
Oh, yeah. It's a good-looking vehicle.
Right.
It is, yeah.
I have a good one, but I'm just...
It says...
so thankful for the growth.
Yeah,
so thankful for the growth.
Just let it go.
I was just thinking of past present, so I'm glad I didn't drive it.
Yeah, I know.
But anyway, so the
that's really good, Rick.
Yeah, but it's not. That's no good.
No,
All right,
I got it.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Now, Rick, we had another CEO of a major car company that did not. Their luck didn't go as well. Let me say that as the GM the CEO for GM, Mary Barr, even though she got called out by the president.
Right there, buddy.
The Land Rover CEO ended up on his head.
I know. We'll look at that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, I'm looking behind me at some of the gifts for the upcoming, I'm just going to call it working days of Christmas because we don't know the exact number yet. It's all what the budget will allow this year. If we can't get 12, we'll definitely get at least 7. But anyway, simplysafebubba.com, there's a Simply Safe system that will be in there. But if you haven't gotten your Simply Safe system yet, we are going to offer you this week, are you ready? Stand by for this, 50% off their award-winning security. That's right. Go to simplysafebubba.com, give you early access to this Black Friday sale, and that is 50% off. Now, we love to have everything you need to make your home or small business or office safe, indoor and outdoor cameras, comprehensive sensors, all monitored around the clock by trained professionals. They'll send help the instant that you need it. Simply Safe was even named Best Home Security System of 2021 by U.S. News and World Report. Now, you can easily customize a system for in minutes. And again, I say 50% off, folks. It's the biggest discounts of the year. You get complete security systems starting at just over $100. Besides the great protection they provide, we really like that there's no long-term contracts or commitments. So take advantage of this early Black Friday sale. So going on right now, simplysafebubba.com, 50% off your new security system. Again, simplysafebubba.com. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So the new CD is available. Hard copies are rolling out now as I'm watching those orders come in. Herd Immunity, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, is available right now and coming soon to all the digital download opportunities. But hard copies are in the store right now while they last. And you can see we've got the list there of everything that's on the CD. I think
is that cover funny?
Yeah, I think Steve coming by is going to be dropping us some copies, so we'll have some in our hands here in a little bit, and we can start looking at the back of it and talking about the year and all that. So, Bubba, we got a couple of items we got to get done for you. Are you still? Do we want to talk about why you're waking up at 1 a.m.? Or do we? Well, is your truck ready for me to sell?
Here's the thing. In the summer, I get in the habit of going to bed when it gets dark because it goes to bed about. It gets dark about 8 or a little after 8:30.
Yeah,
and that's about my normal bedtime. I start heading that way. I don't go to sleep then, but I'm heading that way.
Right.
Well, the problem is my body is not adjusting well to the new time and the winter, and so when it gets dark at 4:30, I start getting sleepy. Okay. And I have found myself going to bed about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
My goodness,
which will make you wake up at 1 in the morning.
Yeah, well, of course, I didn't know that.
And I'd been trying to curtail the naps a little bit and stay long form on my sleeping. But the darkness is not helping me. Not helping me.
Right.
So I did a little better last night.
Did you?
Well, yeah. I didn't wake up to 2:30.
No.
Okay, you slept in. You're groggy.
What time did you go to bed?
It was later. It was probably 9 or something.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But 2:30, now that's worse. If you're going to bed at 7 and sleeping until 1 or whatever, that's not that bad. If you're going to bed at 9 and get up at 2, that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's
so.
That's
my question. We just have to keep trying to push it back a little bit. 15 minutes at a time.
So what are you doing when you wake up? That's what I want to know. So if you wake up at 1 or 2, what is the life of Bubba between then and the time you get here?
Okay, this is my other problem. When I wake up, I have a history. I can't go back to sleep. When I'm up, I'm up. Yeah. That's it. Hey, here I am. So because I start thinking about everything I got to get done.
Right. Especially now.
And when you start running those lists, there's no way you can go back to bed.
Don't do that.
So usually I go ahead and get my shower. And then I will go and either go to my office and start working on things, maybe even a little show prep early, or I will go to the basement and start sorting things out because the basement is a total mess. And that's due to the farm sale. And I'm trying to sort all that stuff out. And I've already thrown away a bunch of stuff, but boy, I got a lot more to go.
So,
and you have to be quiet because you don't wake Betty and the dogs up and all that stuff. So,
is it true that very reliable sources claim that one morning they saw your truck parked in front of Crumble Cookies?
Oh, multiple mornings.
Yeah, no, that is true.
Early.
Yes.
Yeah. As we arrive.
Now, you realize, how we talk about optics. That's bad optics.
Yeah. Well,
it's like he's paying homage to Crumble Cookies.
Technically, it's not in front of them, but sometimes it will be in that parking lot.
Ricky may
and
be
it
in
will
front of
close
Chopped.
by.
Right. Yeah, it could be. It's in
sometimes
that area.
It's closer to Chop. Sometimes
Probably
it's up,
not.
Sometimes it's up here on the top of the other parking deck thing.
I'm
out
just
here.
saying though there are other options over there. If someone saw you and me parked in that area, they think you're there for Crumble.
Yeah, I don't even think Crumble is open at that
It's not.
early.
They
'Cause
open
I
early,
see-
not that early.
I see some of the people going in there that's got to
But
make
that's
the dough. you
but
know?
that's what makes it even
Yeah.
worse is
Yeah.
the fact that there's big guys sitting in front of Crumble Cookie waiting on them to open.
It looks like
Yeah.
you're camping
That's
out
what it
like
looks
for
like.
for Garth Brooks tickets.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm first in line.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw
felt that.
I saw a bunch of people.
By the way, I felt that too. Whatever just happened a minute ago.
Yeah, did you?
That was
I
him
did.
pounding on it.
Who was
He
pounding
was. That was
No,
was
there's
that
something
me?
else.
It just happened again.
Did I do that?
Yeah,
Well, I
that's
was
him doing
then.
that.
Oh, is it you
That's
doing
him
that?
doing that.
Was that me that did
Yes,
that?
yes.
It was-
yes.
I didn't even recognize it.
Yes.
It was
What do you-
bigger than that because I felt it in the floor.
No, I was.
But when he did that, when you looked, that was him.
yeah, I felt it too.
I thought somebody broke wind. while
I
y'all were
saw saw a bunch of people lined up outside Best Buy the other morning when I came to work.
Watch
was
out.
that-
We got some
what
kind
was
of
that
Black
for?
Friday all month long.
Was it-
looking. An
Make you
Apple
wanna
device
stop?
launch.
You
or
had
something?
plenty of time to stop. Why didn't you?
Well, I was already by it by the time I.
You know the
noticed
good
it.
thing though, Rick, all this extra time he's been cleaning his office out, getting ready for the movie.
Yeah.
I did get some stuff in
Use
there
his
to
time
get ready.
wisely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can do a lot of cleaning. You can't even see. You can have too much
Bubba,
stuff.
your family members are texting me wanting to know should they come up here and help.
Mm-hmm.
I've told one of them that it's going to require some help.
Now, let me tell you what I saw, and I've already made my decision. I'm post Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So I mean, there's no need to do it now.
No.
I'm ready to go.
I'm not doing it now. I'm just
That's a good
starting
point.
now
Yeah.
because
I'm
it's
going
going to
with
be a
that.
process.
Yeah. Because I still got to go get. See, what Bubba's done is what I kid about my kids. Like when we used to come off a trip when they were like teenagers or whatever, and they would put their suitcase right outside the closet it's supposed to be in, and I would go, "Hey, you almost did it. Hey, just one more step."
Ah.
So Bubba, unlike me, has taken step one, which is to get the things to put the stuff in. Now the next step is actually put something in.
Yeah.
So there, he's in there. He's ready to go. He's in the go position.
Yeah, getting there.
Right.
Getting there.
So anyway, so I'm working a game plan, but I've told myself, and that's just the way I operate.
Yeah.
I got to have a deadline, and then I got to say these are the days I'll do it, and then I'll take these days, and when those days are over, it's over. I'm done. I'm not good at I'll do a little bit here, do a little bit there. I never get it done that way. I have to say I'm in.
I had to organize the mess to know what mess I've got, so to know
that's what I got to do. I have to go through it and see what I got.
Yeah, see what I got and what's thrown away and what's given away and what's taken. I don't know.
Yeah, I was actually.
Well, I'll probably decorate the new office a little different this time. I don't think I'll put anything in it.
No,
I won't put anything.
Just in case.
No, here's the problem though. Here's the. And I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but here is the problem.
No, that means it will.
Here's the problem.
Heads up.
My office that is here right now, I went into that game plan. I said I'm not going to keep a bunch of stuff, whatever. And so what I really need to operate is not very much stuff at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's very clean, it's very lean, and I'm very happy and kind that we are sent so much stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And people bring stuff, and people send stuff, and people drop off stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's where all this comes from. We really don't bring a lot of stuff.
You're right.
Other people bring stuff here that we then got to find somewhere to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And so.
And I've been collecting it for a long time.
Yeah, for a long time. 14 years worth of, hey, thank you very much. And I brought one for all of y'all. Hey, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I brought a hat. Thank you. Here, I brought a shirt. Thank you very much. Hey, I've got one of these for everybody. And those things.
Great. Brought a walking stick.
Yeah. That's
for everybody.
I like that.
Well,
stick.
we've started something in the
big
kickoff hours. We're going to gift each other something from our office a couple of times a week,
Right,
which means we're trying to get rid of it.
Well, the audience.
That just means y'all will be moving it around.
And I almost made a move yesterday, but I promise y'all I won't do it. Okay, because I've already spotted something that I know is never ever going to be thought of again, and I almost threw it all away yesterday, but I won't do that. I promise.
Okay.
Because it's gonna. There'll never be another thought about it. but the
What was it?
all those posters.
Oh,
I nearly did the same thing. I nearly did it this morning, by the way.
Yeah.
And I thought, well,
They're
you
still
get, you're
sitting
gonna-
where they were.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing. We're never gonna do anything with that.
No.
I mean, take one roll.
Yeah, I'm probably grabbing a roll.
Right. You're right. Yeah. It's. I mean,
It's hard to throw yourself away, I know. But
It is. It just hurts.
So
you're smiling back at yourself.
right. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Told y'all.
But if you'll just work the
Yeah.
system, you just work the system, it'll work.
Yeah.
I did a everybody up yesterday. Now this is how it's going to go, or y'all do know that, right? Yeah, because the communications sometimes. Yeah, it's funny. We work in the field of communications, and the field of communications may be some of the people who communicate the worst with each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls coming up. Lines are available. We'd love to chat with you, whatever's on your mind. Plenty of more stories are available. Wheel of Meat's already spun, but we also can take a stop right now and find out what you would like to say at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show lines are available. We'll get to those quickly, and some of you are already on hold. This will be troll form, which means we'll try to get through a lot of you. 30 seconds a pop. There's a timeout, Helmsley and Bubba. And if you want to get in now, you can. Those of you that are in line, coming to you quickly. I do not know who Wyclef Jean is.
I don't either.
Who is Wyclef
Is that
Jean?
a rapper or
Some
musical artist?
Yep. Who is it, Greg?
Jamaican music.
Okay.
Jamaican music. Wyclef.
He's from the Fugees, the group The Fugees.
Okay.
Greg, I
All
mean,
right.
Bubba, I thought you would know that.
Yeah,
you're disappointing me right now.
Don't really follow the Fugees, but Wyclef Jean is about to drop the Land Rover CEO on his head. He was being hired to perform at the company party. Bad day for CEOs of automobile companies.
Yeah.
So look, watch this right here. All right, so he's got him up on his head. He's on his shoulders. So
I don't want to watch this.
Oh, Speedy, this is going to be bad.
I can't
for you.
watch it, y'all. I'm
this
so
is going to
sorry.
be bad for you. Does anybody know why we're even doing this? Oh, wow. Well, he really goes down hard. Look, he's hurt too.
Oh, no, he's out. Is he out?
He's
or is
hurt. He is hurt.
Holy mackerel.
Golly, you're hired to perform, and you drop him on his head.
Oh my goodness.
You drop him on his head.
Thank you for this angle.
In front
Is
of a
that
lot of
another
people,
angle?
too.
In front of a lot of people. Oh, y'all, that's
Adler,
awful.
can you drag it when he falls? Yeah, I want to see.
Okay. Well, sadly, I shouldn't say sadly.
He might not be
You
able
can't
to.
really see his head hit
No,
the
but
ground.
it
You
looks
just
like
see,
see, he had his hands.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's holding his hands out,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's got his wrist.
Yeah.
So that means that when
Yeah.
he falls, he can't catch himself.
That's right. Yeah.
Because what he should have done is let go of his hands when he
What he should
falling.
have done was not get on his shoulders to begin
Well,
with.
there's that.
The way
There's
to
that.
get him off the shoulders was the wrong way to go with an adult man.
Right.
Bend your knees down in a
Right.
squat and let his feet touch the
Yeah,
ground.
I don't know what is he doing.
Well, I tell you what,
It
can
looks
we all
like-
agree it was the wrong thing?
It looks like to me the CEO leaned forward and he got
did.
top
He
heavy.
did. I think.
Yeah.
To Barbara in the great state of Alabama. Barbara, you got 30 seconds. Go.
Yes, with all this extra stuff that might be valuable to someone else, I know y'all got tons of time. Why don't y'all get something together and have people raffle or whatever, raise money for one of these great causes y'all support?
Well, it's there's a lot of talk about a yard sale. The problem is I really hate yard sales, and to do one, what a night! I think I would rather throw the stuff away and give a donation myself.
That's some honesty there.
I mean, that's just being straight
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
But again, some of this we're not talking about things that would be Rick and Bubba gems. We're going
No.
to keep
Yeah,
those.
we're gonna-
Oh, yeah.
What I'm talking about, and this is great. I love this, but we may be sent 12 of the exact same shirt. You know, I mean, these are things that are duplicates more than anything that everybody got what was sent, and these are left over. Hey, there was 20 hats brought, and hey, we all grabbed ours, and now there's 12 or 14 of them still left. You know, that kind of stuff. So we're not talking about historic items that you would go, oh man.
Right.
Now those things go in the Rick and Bubba Museum, which I've got an emailer right now that's calling for this is the time. So I don't know how much, I don't know how much money they could really raise.
Right.
I would really rather just say there's stuff out here, y'all come get it if you want it. But it's but I understand. Good idea. Let's go to Stacy in Georgia. Stacy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, how you doing?
Coming in January, I will have been diagnosed with diabetes for 3 years. And, Speedy, that's diabetes, not disability.
Thank you
that's
for
good.
reminding everybody.
That's
of
a
that.
veteran right there.
Just clear miscommunication.
Okay, but my insulin went from between insurance and everything that I was able to insurance, the manufacturer's card and everything, it went from a $0 item to this past January to a $500 item.
Wow.
That's
I thought y'all give
Well,
him
he
something.
gave us what
Well,
he
I think
needed.
he
We
almost
moved
was
on.
Was
fin- I
there
don't think he was
more?
finished.
The
Was there
fact
more?
that
Yeah, he was talking
Biden
about
mentioned, the fact that Biden mentioned that it was only going to be $35. What Biden's evidently forgetting is they were getting this for nearly nothing, and now it's gone up
Right.
to
Well,
$500. So
yeah.
he got his point across.
Biden's the one that's causing it.
Yeah,
But instead of making it a political issue, why don't we really look at why the cost went up?
yeah.
I mean, there's some
concept.
reason that it went up,
Right.
And it may be the way they have to operate, may be liability coverage, may be this, may be that. Look, it may be pure big pharma greed. I don't know, But we can look at it and figure it out and then try to use market forces to bring it down. That's all you can do.
Jim in Birmingham, 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, I think Boebert might have stole my idea, but yeah, that's what I would think, some kind of little like online auction. And you could also get like some young kids that were born with an iPhone in their hand to slap it up online with no problems at all, probably no sweat off the list in their forehead.
Well, and hopefully we'll give away somebody's phone, but it is man. Some of these is so hard to see. I think we're just such a small operation. I think that's a lot of that. Boy, that's a lot. I still love the idea, and I love it, of us doing the 12 working days of Christmas, and all of a sudden we find stuff in our office. Say, what is this right here? I tell you what, we're going to throw this in with the prize.
Yeah, there you
or
go.
whatever. You can have this and something Rick found in his closet up in the far left corner, and us to get on there and discuss what is it, where did it come from, what do you think?
See if we even know.
Where do you think we got that?
Mhm.
I think there's some gold available there from a comedy standpoint. Let's go to Clint in Oxford, Alabama. Clint, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to know why Rick and Bubba are not judging the Jack's Biscuit Bake Off that's going on in Birmingham right now. J.J. Pruitt's hosting.
I know that Speedy and Greg have done that for years, and so they. I don't think that they're not advertising with us right now. So that really, if you want to know the business side of it, that's why right there.
Yeah, and we've done the McDonald's one.
Well, we did. Bubba and I did Jack.
Well, and if it's going on right now, not a whole lot we can do about that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You know what?
I will tell you this: if you're judging biscuits, you gotta don't go hungry.
Pace yourself,
because
Yes.
I mean you'll really wear yourself out on
Yeah.
those first couple of biscuits, and then
Yeah.
you'll be miserable.
Can I tell you though? There's something about that I can't. And this is y'all help me with this. If you have a company and you serve biscuits, what do you try to achieve? The quality to be consistent.
Yeah.
So if you have the same people making the same recipe, cooking at the same amount of minutes, it's kind of hard to judge one better than the other.
It was very difficult. Very difficult.
You know what I'm saying?
I found myself in love with all of them.
They're going to go by height. They're going to go by thickness. They're going to go by.
But if you're the company,
everything.
if you're the
Texture,
company biscuit quality control guy, you want them all to be the same.
they're all good, but
But what
they're
I'm
all
saying,
just a little different.
But what I'm saying is, don't you think, back to Bubba's point?
It's not two different restaurants competing against each other.
right.
It's the same.
They're
people
following
with
the same
instructions.
process.
And really, what they need to do, which is, I'd say we can't really play a role in that because we don't know what they're after.
Yeah.
Because they all should taste pretty good. But I do understand if this was something for your employees and your employer, whoever does quality control, says based on what we want achieved, the standard we want, which one of you hit it right on the head the closest?
And I think that's what they're doing.
And really,
that's
it's-
what they're really trying to do. And then we get in there and start eating them. We don't know what's going on.
And it's their own branches really competing against each other,
Right.
Because they bring in their own.
The
cooks
contest
from their,
really is who is achieving what we want to achieve the best.
Yeah, and then that branch
it's hard
can
for
put
us to
the
know that.
sign up.
But it's going to be very close.
Yeah, it is very close.
Well, you hope, or you need to get some ideas.
Presentation's a big part of it. They come out singing.
You know, Bubba and I just like to enjoy food.
Yeah.
Food to us is not a dare. It's not a contest.
Yeah, I don't want to speed eat.
Yeah, right.
I want to sit back and enjoy it.
Top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
got it. 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Eddie Van Adler, all here, ready to move forward for another hour, and we thank you for being with us. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining.
A couple of things. New Rick and Bubba Double CD, Herd Immunity, available right now. If you want it for Christmas, make the move to the store. If you want a hard copy, they're at rickandbubba.com. And there's a link in show notes if you want to go right to it. If you go to the store and you're looking for it, click on the media option, and you'll see it sitting right there in the old number one slot. Also, Helmsley, I know you had a good time last night. New Life Chapel, Madison, Alabama.
Yeah.
How'd Man Church go?
It was good.
Everything.
We had a great time.
And I'll tell you, I had a lot of folks that were heading your way, and sounds like y'all had a good night.
It
and
was.
If you're looking to what's ahead in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, Helmsley will also be speaking this Sunday night, the 21st, at First Baptist Church, Pelham, Alabama, where you hear us right there on 104.7 WZZK. So go by and see him. And also Wingo will be out on the 21st as well. And Wingo, where's them Wingo headed? Wingo's headed. There he is. He's over in Winfield, Alabama. Home and Mule Day, Bubba. Winfield First Baptist Church, also Sunday night. So you can see Rich Wingo there for Man Church. If you want to find the upcoming events at rickandbubba.com, right there under events. You can also go to themanchurch.com, hit events if you're just looking for the different speakers speaking at the Man Churches. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right, so let's discuss this video. This thing with us agreeing with Bill Maher is starting to make us feel strange.
I mean, Rick, how many times in a row have we done this?
I think what we're discovering is that Bill Maher, we would disagree on all things moral, and there's a lot that we would disagree on. But I think that Bill Maher, take all the moral disagreements out, he certainly is no fan of people that believe in the one and only living God and believe that his redemption came through Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ alone, the Son of God. He doesn't believe any of that, thinks all that's silly. He hates all real religions, really. But when it comes to freedom, I think Bill Maher is not a fan of what's happening, because I think he can see the writing on the wall, because folks like Bill Maher could get canceled at any moment. This is the Dave Chappelle special on Netflix, where they tried to accuse Dave Chappelle of being one of the words we have now. What are you, homophobic, anti-transgender, all mean and wicked, and all this, and on CNN, Bill Maher says, "I'm sorry, I'm on Team Dave Chappelle." Here we go.
Well, I defended him.
I know.
I'm Team Dave.
Why?
And free speech. Well, first of all, you say going after. You use terms like homophobia. I was speaking recently about phobia. There's a word that's traveled quite a bit from its original meaning. A lot of mission creep on that word, phobia. It's become really just a way a word they use to say, I don't like something.
That's right. It's not a fear.
Phobia means an irrational fear. You know, spiders, arachnophobia. You know, you have an irrational fear. Okay, germophobia. I see all the hand sanitizers here. To me, that would be germophobia.
But those are only for shaking hands with me.
I see, which I never was worried about, and still am not. But he's not afraid of homosexuals.
Right.
Or it's not transphobic. It's like this trans stuff is very new. I don't think he or myself or any other, again, right-thinking person thinks there aren't such things in the world as people who are trans, who are born in a body that doesn't align with what their brain is telling them. That's okay. But now we're talking about children. It's interesting. Someone I know, a woman in her 40s, said to me somewhat recently at a dinner party that when she was a kid, she was what they used to call a tomboy. She said, I never was interested in wearing a dress. I only wore pants until I was like 14 or 15. She said, if I was around today, they would have made me into a boy here in California.
So true.
That's what we're talking about. This is new. So don't put it into this category of this is settled science. Anything that deviates from the one true opinion on this means you're some horrible bigot and transphobic. That's not what's going on here. And I don't think Dave Chappelle is transphobic. I mean, a lot of that special is talking about his opening act.
Right.
Who's trans? Okay? It's just like, can we take a breath? Maybe we are going too far with the children part of this. You know, kids should not be really making decisions about their gender. I mean, Mario Lopez was almost canceled for suggesting that maybe 3-year-olds shouldn't decide their gender. This is not crazy stuff that makes you a bigot.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of level-headedness there.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I know. I feel strange even saying that, Reid.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's true. What he says is true.
Well, I think what we can find is that Bill Maher may disagree with us on things that we hold quite dear.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what Bill Maher realizes is this has become absurd. And that's one thing that, you know, when you're looking for things, let's find places that we all can agree on with all of our different opinions and views and beliefs. But I think we can all acknowledge when something has become absurd. And that's what he's saying. This has become absurd, and all Dave Chappelle is doing is calling us on it. And just because he may not be a fan of something or doesn't understand something or thinks some of this is absurd does not mean he's evil, and it certainly doesn't mean he's phobic. I love when he said we got quite the mission creep on this word.
Yeah.
That's a good line.
This word is kind of leaving its original intention. So what will they do? Because Bill Maher says so many things that the far left and progressives just love. So what will they do? Are they going to say that here I am sitting here on the Cuomo show on CNN and they're saying the same thing that we probably would say on this show about it? What are they going to do about all that?
Well, I know that's interesting. How will they do? Will they cancel Bill? Will they say he's lost it? Will they heed what he's saying? Will they do this or that? I don't know.
He made a great point, or the woman made a great point that he talked about. I mean, how about even my wife was a tomboy? She had all brothers, 3 brothers. She said, I never played with girls when I was little. I didn't know. I was the rough and tumble, climbed trees, got in the football game. You know, it was dirty every day, was out in the woods, catching lizards and all this kind of stuff. And then when I grew up, you know, and I realized that, you know, I would probably need to wear dresses and probably start fixing my hair and all this kind of stuff. I never thought I was a male. I just thought I was a rough and tumble girl. But today, if she was a child, not where she grew up, but I'm talking about in a lot of places like he talked about, they would say, oh, look, our daughter is a tomboy. She must identify as a male. No, she just may be a rough and tumble girl.
Set the surgery up. Let's get busy.
Right. We've all seen this. I've talked to people. Yeah, my daughter, well, now she's dainty, or my daughter, now she's rough and tumble. It doesn't mean that one of them identifies as a male. It's just silly. And we're really damaging a lot of people because, I'm like Bill Maher. Do I know there are people that are confused and their brain is telling them one thing and their body is another? Absolutely, and there should be compassion for that. But we're not doing that. We're not being compassionate and saying, hey, you know, that's rough. That must be rough. Let's help you and all this. Oh, no. Now we're just taking something as serious as your gender and just rolling like we're spinning a wheel of meat. I mean, this is very serious stuff you're putting on people's psyche. Sorry about that. So anyway, Bill Maher once again is making some sense, and I have officially moved him off the slapped at 5 list.
Oh yeah.
Now he may say something about something I hold dear that puts him back on it, and he certainly could.
He's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, we'd have lunch with him.
He keeps going with this. He's going to come to the conclusion I have a right to live my life out as a follower of Jesus. Yeah, he's almost there.
Stranger things.
15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us as we approach Thanksgiving next week. A lot going on. Trying to give you some good ideas for gifts. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. The new CD is there today. Herd Immunity. All right, so as we come back, Bubba, have you got the truck ready for us to talk about trying to move it?
Rick,
talk about
it. I do.
Is it officially ready to go?
It is ready to go, man.
All right, so we just need to. We had some people that were interested. Tell everybody.
Jot down a few things about it.
Tell everybody about the truck. I mean, things you do know.
Rick, it is a 2000 or 2001 Ford F-350, four-wheel drive. It has recently had the rear seal and the transmission replaced, and it has new tires on it.
Wow! Oh, you went new tires.
Oh, I got some new tread.
Last year, I had a new alternator put on it, so it's ready to ride.
So
just like it said,
just like look, they were a lot.
It's really for its age is in great shape. I think it's got about 250,000 miles on it. Of course, in diesel world, that's fine. It's got the coveted 7.3 liter engine.
Yeah.
The seats are going to need a little work. They're rough in a spot or two.
Well, that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I had it as a work truck, so I didn't pay that much attention to it. A few holes in the dash where I've mounted equipment over the years, but
few cigarette burns.
That's it, pretty much.
Yeah. So
everything's in good shape.
Have you gone out to for us talking about the other time? I kind of got an idea where it ought to be.
Well, I haven't really looked at all that. I need to check that, but I just wanted to, let's get a plan on what we want to do.
Yeah.
And,
how do we want to move it?
Well, that's the question. I don't want to necessarily get into an auction or anything. I don't know how you want to do it.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth now. Because I really I would have no problem, and I know you may not want to do it this way. I would have no problem of people. So I just look just like we do on the charity stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't wait around trying to get a deal. Tell us what you want,
right?
And because and just say because you don't be that guy that says, "Well, I'd have paid $1,000 more."
Yeah. Have you sold a car lately?
No, I don't. No,
I don't think I've ever sold one.
It's
most of the time you trade it in. On
I've
something.
sold a few.
You ain't never sold a car.
I have.
What are you doing?
It's a hassle.
You turning houses? And
I
selling cars?
sold a wrecked one.
time ago,
I sold a wrecked one about I don't know
what?
a wrecked one.
Okay,
Wrecked
Yeah,
them.
a couple weeks ago.
I think I've sold two in my life where they come to the house and go, "What do you think?" And then you have to go through this pain.
Did y'all know there's companies out there that are just you call them about a wrecked car and they'll come get it and give you a check right on the spot and pick it up and move on.
I did not, but I like knowing it's there.
It was perfect.
Yeah.
No, hey, turnkey, sir.
That sounds like 1-800-GET-JUNK.
Yeah, well, it's very similar. Very similar process.
Which is life changing.
Yeah.
Whatever it was called. What is it called?
Hey, Rick, this is how easy it was.
No, it's something like that.
I took pictures of the
I
vehicle.
think it's just 1-800-JUNK, isn't it?
I think Bubba's going to donate
a
cars for
1-800-JUNK.
kids.
Cars for kids.
1-877 cars for kids.
The first time I heard that, because we're all.
You'll hear it.
I know, but I was a little bit.
Oh, they emailed me.
I was a little bit of an idiot. I thought to myself, kids can't drive cars.
Yeah.
Hey, this is stupid. This is stupid. What do they need with a car?
Oh,
wait a minute. Okay. So
I think I've got a picture or two here. Let me send them to Adler.
Send them to Adler.
Bubba,
I really could just. We could just do. Have people call in like we do for the Bruno's thing, or it's not called that anymore. Regions, whatever it's called.
Right.
The Regions tradition.
Who am I now? Bo Jackson. Remember he kept calling it that. But anyway, and then we just say, look. But now at that point, you're gonna have to get the truck.
Are you wanting to keep it local in the state of Alabama? What's the deal with all? You don't care.
How you gonna get it there?
Well, they got to come get it. Right?
One money.
That's right. It's their problem.
Yeah.
They got to come get it.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of it.
That's right. It's
I'm
one money.
moving the
It's
truck.
one money.
Yeah.
So if they're
if they want to pay for a shipping company to come get it, is that
doesn't matter.
Get the rollback.
You're good with all that.
How much, right, Bubba? Tell me if I'm wrong. How much are you willing to pay me for my truck? And when you give me that money, here it is.
I
may buy it.
And then how you get it back to where you want it to go? That's
great. Don't buy a truck. We got to buy this piece of property out from under him.
Oh, that's right.
That's the first move we're making with money.
Look, there it sits.
I love it,
Bubba,
look at
there
that.
it is.
Oh,
man,
she signed up, ready to go.
She is.
Boy, I'm telling you. I tell
Look at
you,
that,
who'll help us sell it based on where you got it parked, Betty.
Yeah, she wants it out of there.
There it is, the old F-350 diesel.
Boy, we've had a lot of good memories, and that was our family van when the kids were little.
Oh yeah, look at that right there.
This is a real transitional year for you, isn't it?
It is, Rick. It is, and I don't care for any of it.
Hey, a lot of care for it. Hey, a lot of emotion.
Don't care for it.
Right?
Do not care for it.
No. Before you know it, you're going to be that guy that doesn't have anything.
Let it go.
But doesn't that feel there? Isn't there some freedom in some of that? Not having so many things to have to deal with.
I just don't like change, I guess. And I didn't know that I didn't like change till I had a lot of it.
Do you like being financially safe and independent?
Well, I don't know yet.
Right.
I get back with you on that.
Sure. Because sometimes there's just a lot going out.
Yeah.
A lot going out.
Oh yeah.
Just so much going out.
You gotta, tap the brakes.
Right. And good news is, still got the Church of Brook Hill sticker on the front.
On the tag on the front.
Yeah. There
You
it
can
is.
either start going there or you can take it off.
I'm throwing that in. No charge.
Never saw you as my church tags on the front of my truck. Never saw you as that guy. That's a little out of character.
He forgot it was on there.
I'm proud of my church.
I know you are.
Sunday school
No,
class.
I'm not saying that.
And
You know what I mean.
We had some really cool tags. So I think it's been on there for.
My goodness, it's
been on there 15 years.
Yeah, it's
probably.
least.
Wow. Yeah.
It's a lot of them.
I wonder if we have tags. I don't think we do. Maybe that's something we need to look into.
No, we still got to pay off some debt before we can get tags. All right, let's go to this.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I'm gonna tell you.
I've had a ton of people email me. I've tried to set up a group, so I'm going to email them. That's why I wanted us to decide, and I'm going to let them know how we're going to do it.
Well, first of all, I think it's pretty simple. How much you going to pay me for the truck, and then you got to come get it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And then you
got
got to.
I wanted to let them know. Are we going to do? Silent auction, close bids, auction it off?
Yeah.
Or what are we going to do?
I honestly just want to do a phone segment or two, and
You
find
want to
out
do a phone segment to get rid of it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, at least it's a good start.
How much?
Yeah,
Now you're
yeah,
gonna have
sure.
to have some alternates because some people call it try to be sharp and won't come.
Right.
And you got to have a way to get in touch with it and all that.
Right.
Or we could say, fire your offers to Bubba at rickandbubba.com, but I think that might get overwhelming.
Yeah.
That
day y'all brought up, I was doing phones. People were just lighting it up.
Oh,
wanting to
yeah.
buy it.
Yeah.
The way Greg has been working the yard sale circuit, should I just park it out here and let
You know
him
what?
show it during the show?
Yes.
I'll have that thing.
And you
out
just
here
come
by
in
this
here, you
afternoon.
just bring me a check when it's all said and done.
Yeah. If you want to go local, just
I'll
park that.
deduct about 10%.
I was going to say, what kind of cut you get?
The only problem I got with
10
local.
may be a little high.
The only
what's
problem.
the starting point?
The only problem I got with local only.
Yeah.
Is now you're limiting where the money is.
Oh yeah.
I mean, let's. Yeah.
That's why we got to beat out all these details.
Somebody in
and
South
work it out.
Carolina, they got a check ready to go.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I tell you where you're gonna sell it to, Missouri.
Well, it's going to be.
I'm going Tennessee. I think Tennessee's going to be in play here.
I don't think
I'm going West Georgia.
I think as Jesus Christ Himself said, is that a prophet is never embraced in his own town. You're not gonna get enough money out of Birmingham.
No.
They think they know you too well. They're not.
Well,
as,
it really ain't about me.
They're not as fired up about this truck.
This
as
is about the hardware, my friend.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean.
But this truck, people love their trucks.
Listen to
and
me.
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
But what all I'm saying is,
They'll write a song.
We can say it and we know it and whatever. But I'm telling you, that thing's going to jump just a little bit because it's a great truck. But that little bump is going to come from Bubba's old truck.
Guys, and I want to tell everybody.
I'm just telling you.
Bubba's rump been sitting here for years.
Nobody cares
right.
about that.
Hey, you see that imprint in that seat? That was Bubba's A.
Bubba's A.
And I'm speaking for Speedy and Greg and myself on this. Send the emails directly to Bubba.
Yes.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
none of us in
I
on this.
can't tell you the price of it.
We don't know.
He hasn't even told
I don't
me.
even know what he wants.
Go directly to Bubba.
Are you willing to talk to us a little bit about what you're kind of thinking financially?
Well, I don't know. When we were talking about it the other day, we had several people call up with offers.
Yeah.
A lot of lowballing going on. I heard it.
I'll tell you in the break where I kind of think we are.
I'm not trying to make a ton on it. Just need to roll it.
Yeah. All right. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big. We'll come back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we make our way back. All right, so LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Are you looking to fill a role at your company? Got a job available right now, and you're like us, small business, man, you're just trying to make it happen. And you got a lot going on. Everybody does multiple jobs, and you're thinking to yourself, I really don't have the time to put into this that I need to fill this next role. Well, that's why you need LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They'll do it. They are going to just ask for a couple of screening questions from you. Then they'll put your job opportunity on LinkedIn.com, and you'll have access to their 770 million people. And then based on these questions you give them, they'll screen the ones that are interested down to the ones that are the most qualified. Then when you're ready to do the interviews, you're only interviewing the most qualified people. And how about this? You can actually post a job for free right now by going to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba. This is a free opportunity. There's also a link for you to do the same thing by going to rickandbubba.com and simply look under the sponsors button. If you're looking for the best of the best, use our friends at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. All right, Bubba, I would like to, if I could right now, Bubba's old truck is for sale. It is a Ford 350 diesel, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's 4x4.
Crew cab.
Crew cab's got
4-door, right?
7.5, 7.5.
7.3.
7.3, sought after engine, right?
I think that's
new tires.
Yep.
It's cleaned up.
New transmission, new rear seal, and an alternator last
How
year.
big a bed we got in it?
Isn't that a 6-foot bed?
I'm not sure, but it looks like that.
The 8 is the big one.
Hey, if it's not 6 foot, it looks 6 foot. So
looks 6 foot.
I got a question. I keep getting this in email, and I just want to make sure that you don't have these, or is this something you're going to offer? Can I have interior pictures? And we just need to clear that up because I'm getting emails. Do you have any?
I don't have any, but I can.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's
it
what
looks like a truck on the inside.
That look, you guys, look at that right there. It looks beautiful in there.
It does.
And
Bubba takes care of things.
I was just about to say this.
He does. He's only child.
If you were buying this truck from me, you'd be in a lot of trouble. But if you're buying it from Bubba, Bubba takes care of stuff.
He does.
Yeah. I don't take care of my stuff the way I probably should in most cases. But anyway, it's okay. Let me see right there. I gotta have a look. I gotta have a look at that too.
Well, we're reviewing all these, Rick.
Right. Yeah, okay.
This is okay.
This little segment I call Test the Market. How much are you willing to pay for Bubba's truck? And let's don't do this thing. We're not sitting out there at trade day. I don't want to low ball. We're not at some yard sale. Y'all know the value of these trucks. I didn't realize it. I was surprised when you thought about you weren't going to sell it. People went crazy. No, man, we want that truck.
Yeah.
You were thinking about putting it out to pasture or something. And people said, no. We'll buy that truck. We'll buy it right now. So 866-WE-BE-BIG, a little segment we call Test the Market. And that way some of you guys that know, too, y'all can give us some kind of idea where we are. And if you're serious about it, you may be the one we make the deal with.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got to be serious about it.
I don't take up too much of the show.
No, Bubba, what is this segment called?
Test the Market.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just me kind of getting out there and kind of getting a feel of where we are. It's just a little segment I call Test the Market. Now, I do believe that you know the quality of the vehicle. This is Bubba's vehicle that he had for a number of years, and you never know. You might get this truck, and you're excited about it. You love it. All of a sudden, you look in there. Maybe Bubba left a little something in there. Maybe look over here. That looks like a Nutty Buddy wrapper. You know what I mean? And then you look on and it says "Enjoy the truck, Bubba." That kind of stuff. Jake in Alabama. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I just have an idea I want to share with you guys on how you might consider selling that truck and getting the most out of it. And this is serious. It's not a funny thing. So we sell a lot of different things for a living, and one way you could do that, Bubba, is set a minimum price for the truck that you'd accept.
Mm-hmm.
And say, let's throw out a number. Say your minimum price is $7,500. And then allow a certain amount of time for people to bid anything above that. So let's say I'll open it up for bids for 48 hours, and they could email you their bids. I would give you $7,750. I would give you $8,000.
Jake, thanks for calling.
End of that time,
Jake, thanks for calling.
Look, I
like his thought.
We're not doing all that. I'm ready to get this thing done.
Rick, it's Bubba's truck.
Let's get it done. That'll go on for. He ain't got that kind of time.
But he's not. But here's the thing.
But the format is what he's talking about.
Bubba's not giving us any numbers. He's really not.
Here's one. I'm testing the market. Let's go to Jemison. All right, Tony, you get us started. Let's test the market. What's your offer on the truck?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Is it Terry?
Oh yeah, yes sir, it's Terry. I just go tell Bubba I was in Jemison. I'll bring it back home if he, if he's interested in letting it come back home to rest. I give you $10,000 for it and get it out of the yard today.
How much?
$10,000.
$10,000. All right, there's 10. You're already
$10K.
You're already out, Terry. I said I got $11,000 on line 5.
Uh-oh. Terry, stay on.
All right, I'll go 15.
There you go.
There it is.
See there, Bubba. That's why I'm here. All right, so Terry, I'm gonna put you on hold. By the way, hey Robert, at 11 ain't gonna get it now, buddy. We're at 15. All right, Terry, let me put you on hold and let's get your information, okay? So
man.
you and Bubba can work it out if you end up with it, okay? Speedy, I got $15,000 on line 3, and I need his information. $15,000 line 3.
Now we're just testing the market, aren't we?
Robert, you're in Jackson, Mississippi. It says 11. I know that was.
I got 3 keys.
All right,
ready.
Robert, you ready to go above $15,000? You're not in at 11.
Hey, Rick, Bubba, I'm not ready to do 15. I can do 11 with a gallon Ziploc bag full of Goat Drop cookies. How about that?
No, don't play those kind of games. Don't play those kind of games that'll cost Bubba money.
Tempting as it is.
All right, so $15,000 is the walking dog right now. All right, and Terry's ready, and he's easy. Jemison, we can get at him.
Bubba's
easy.
smiling, too.
I'll drive that down.
Look at Bubba's smile.
No, y'all are just.
Did you see how quick I jumped that from 10 to 15?
Yeah, it was. That was impressive.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
That was impressive.
Guys, stay with me. I mean, it's all right. Remember,
I was trying to get the printout here on Kelly Blue Book.
Greg,
For some reason,
what's the
they ain't
lesson?
giving me the info.
People won't pay any more than something's worth of what?
They'll pay less.
They'll pay less
if you let them.
And you know what? In this business, they'll pay you less. They won't pay you
will.
more, but they'll pay you less.
Yeah.
All right, let's got a question, Jeremy and
I was trying
Gasson.
to tell.
I think Jeremy's trying to get some questions. You can certainly ask questions. Jeremy, go right ahead. What do you think?
Yes, I was wanting to ask Helms exactly what brand of oil is in Bubba's truck.
All synthetic.
Okay, the brand name.
All right, Jeremy.
Pennzoil.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I think Jeremy's going for a funny. You must have mispronounced an oil company one time.
Maybe that was it.
Let's go
I
to
don't know.
Randy in Alabama. Hey, Jeremy, I appreciate it. We're trying to sell a truck.
Yeah.
Jeremy, go ahead. Randy.
Yeah, brother. What you got? Ford F-350, 7.3?
Yep.
Yes.
What is it, single cab, dual cab, what?
Super crew cab. Isn't that 4-door?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, super crew.
Crew cab?
Yep.
Yes, crew cab.
How many miles?
200. It's about 250,000, maybe 256 or 254. I can't remember.
Oh, Lord, that's way more than mine's got on it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay.
What you offer on it, about 8,000?
Nope.
All
So
right.
we got
All right,
offer.
just hang
for,
up.
we
Blow
got-
him up.
We got an offer for $15,000 right now, and if you don't want to do more than $15,000, enjoy the day.
All right, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, thanks for the info.
Yeah, man.
Good luck.
Appreciate you calling.
Hey, would you do me a favor, people that call, have an offer or don't call?
Well, they can't have a question. They can have a question about the truck.
You mad?
Hey, do you have an offer? No, but I saw Survivor last night.
Okay, right.
Who gives a damn?
It's got to be about the truck. Just this segment. It's got to be
Just
about
a segment
the truck.
like it says.
Yeah,
What we
just
call
like-
it.
Just like it said.
Speedy's mad.
It's frustrating in that room. People don't listen.
No.
Right. You would think if you're calling the show, you would have listened to it before you.
Sure.
Rick, no. That's not a requirement.
Let's go to Joel.
I promise you.
Joel, we got $15,000 on the table. You got any questions about the truck?
All righty. I work for Auto Trader, and $15,000 is too low for that truck in the market with what COVID did to the market.
Okay.
You had this guy called, didn't you, Rick?
I had not. Joel, you don't know me.
Well
Joel,
played.
you know,
this is well played.
It is
Golly,
funny
genius
because
sitting over there.
The car people are telling me this is the first time they've ever seen used cars appreciate.
Yep, you're right.
Yes, it is. COVID made it strange.
So you saying $15,000 is a deal?
$15,000 is a humongous deal. Yes.
Okay.
So what do you think
Even
that
with
truck's worth,
250,
Joel?
Now, here he goes.
I would start at 20.
See there?
No, we're
Greg,
getting carried away.
you need to get off that mic.
No, I'm not. I promise you.
17K.
You think Joel doesn't know what he's talking about?
You think so?
Yeah, look, here's another one up here. Look at line 2. I just think Greg act like you don't know. Look up here on line 2.
Yeah.
Bill says Bubba can do better than that.
Okay.
A lot of
Well,
people.
that's fine.
Look,
I'm
Greg,
not a car salesman.
Greg, the
I don't
used
know.
car market is rolling right now, especially something as quality as this.
Believe it when I say it, check.
Hey,
It is. I'm telling you.
Try to buy
Start
one.
at 20.
I tell you what,
I just went through buying one.
I
It's
tell you what
ridiculous.
I'll do. I'll stop the bidding right now at $23,000.
There you go. Hey, but you said you
I'll
got a
stop
brand
it.
new transmission in it.
Yeah.
You just did the rear main seal.
Yeah.
I got a
It's
17.5 on
hilarious.
line one, Joe. Gotta let you go. All right.
Go ahead. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you, Joe. All right. All right, let's go.
12-3.
Stephen, are you in at 17.5?
Yeah.
All right.
How about you?
Where are you from?
Andalusia.
Andalusia. Look, we can make that work. All right. So have we got your contact information?
Not yet.
All right. So I'm on Speedy. I need Stephen with 17.5. All right. I'm gonna put you on hold, and see that's a guy that knows the value of a truck, and you know what? 17.5 is a deal. All right. So let me put you on hold, Stephen.
Giving it away.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we
really are.
Now we're giving it away.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Bill in Tennessee. Bill, I know you're going to just reemphasize the point, but what Joel said's right, isn't it? I mean, this truck's worth a lot right now in this market.
Oh yeah, I got a '96 single cab that had 200,000. I just sold for 26,000.
Good night.
Good night.
He's got newer and a bigger cab, so he could definitely get more.
Wow.
Thank you, buddy.
Well, you got that person. I'll tell you that.
Hey.
Whoever paid you that for it.
Hey, Greg, you
saw him coming.
Greg, you and I, if you can't
26.
get
right?
out,
I'm
go
talking about his
outside and
truck.
go back to somebody's garage. That's your area. I handle cars.
I'm trying to.
Right. I mean, you can't.
Rick,
I'm
I'm trying to
sitting
get
there-
in on the bidding.
I'm
Okay?
sitting there. I think Greg's trying to buy the truck.
I'm
from
trying
Bubba.
to get in on the bid.
All right, Bubba, we're at 17.5 right now. That's the walking market right there, and that's a deal.
I think y'all asked 50.
Hey, 17.5 is a deal. I think somebody can walk away with it at 23, but 17.5 right now. If anybody can do better than that, 866 we be big. Let us know.
23. I think I'd sign that thing over right now.
Well,
I
that's
think
what
we
I'm
could
saying.
end this thing
23 is
really
easy.
quick.
Hey, 23 is easy.
Yeah.
And you might could get it for 21. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Dylan Scott, I need a new truck. All right, Bubba's truck, the one we've been talking about. Here's the market right now is saying $19,000. That's what a person will pay. Looking, this truck's worth every bit of $23,000. And so right now, 19 is the walk.
I'm laughing at how you just landed on that number.
Yeah. Well, these things come to me.
Yeah.
And
you got to just have a feel for it.
Aren't you glad I figured out the value of us?
Yeah.
But how about this? And throughout the process, we're looking. If you're not willing to do more than 19,000, then there's no need to call. Now, if you have a question about the truck, that's no problem at all. We'll answer questions about it.
But if somebody wants to know what kind of mileage you're getting, got an email.
Oh, can you imagine? Oh, this is probably not.
If you drive an F-350
exactly
from the year 2000. You don't worry about your mileage.
You can't. If you do, you're going to be in a bad way.
For those of you out there that are considering this truck, and of course it's Bubba's truck too.
It's probably in the 14 to 16 range, I would guess.
I think that'd be pretty good.
Well, and here's the thing you got to understand for those of you out there considering it. The fact that it was Bubba's truck, it does put a little bit on it. It's almost like you say, well, let's say you looked and you saw, well, this thing where I'm looking that people are getting $25,000 for it. If you pay $23,000 for it, the fact that it's Bubba's, you really got it for $20,000.
Because you know what's set up under that wheel? Bubba's butt.
That's right. Bubba's butt.
It always goes back to that with Greg.
Bubba's butt.
From the email, Helms. From the email.
Okay. The hit song, Bubba's butt.
From the email, the 7.3 International engine is by far the best engine Ford ever put in the truck.
How about that?
Right out of email.
Yeah,
Bubba describes it as the coveted.
The 7.3 gets a lot of attention. I mean, ever since I've had it, and I really didn't know what I was buying when I got it, honestly.
Right.
People will, when you're pumping gas, they'll come up to you and go, hey, has that got 7.3 in it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it sure does.
When you put something like that together, why you stop making it?
Boy, look at this right here.
Huh?
We're all electric now.
Let me tell you what happened right after that. The year after that, or 2 years after that, Ford redesigned the engine, and it was a total disaster.
To my point,
it was the biggest
total
flub
disaster.
ever.
Had not enough time gone by in order for them to know.
I don't
hey,
know.
this is the Mac Daddy.
I want to see this article. Check this article out right here.
Right here, Adler's got something right here. 9 reasons why the 7.3 was the most reliable power stroke engine ever made.
How about that?
Look at that, man. Look at that.
But you're right, Bubba. That one.
Boy,
After
look at that.
Didn't do well.
Yeah. By the way, no DEF.
By the way, that's a huge selling point for me.
Hey,
I've driven the DEF.
it up,
yeah.
When you crank it up, you smell diesel, and you know somebody means business.
You do.
See, the new ones, you can't. You don't.
Right.
It doesn't even smell like diesel anymore.
Right. Yeah, that's.
I like the smell of diesel. Do you?
What means somebody means business?
It just smells good.
Yeah.
I go, yeah, somebody is going to get some work done out here.
Yeah, it means somebody.
I don't know what all that stuff means. I'm not a mechanic, but
if you,
it sounds good. Though.
Yeah,
it must be positive.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show. You're on. Go ahead.
Hello.
Okay. But like you, after you taught me about how diesel, the way it smells and the way it sounds, that somebody means business. The number of people that I've taught that, including those little boys on
love
Monday,
it, don't they?
those little boys on Monday, and it was funny, especially when one of them was only 3. So if anybody tries to say they can't really talk that good, that's even better.
Well,
you know what I mean? And
there's a certain things that have always been strange to me about the whole diesel concept. Diesel is not as expensive to make as regular gasoline, but they tax it more. So that's why you see it more at the pump.
Yeah.
But a diesel engine, you go out and you buy some, and we've looked at a lot of trucks lately. You go out and you're going to spend $70,000-$80,000 on a good used vehicle now.
Yeah.
And if you get a gas burner, you know it's going to last you, 100, 150, 200,000 miles maybe. You get a diesel, they're not even broke into 300. I know a lot of people driving diesels with $500,000. 500,000, $500,000 on there.
Well, let me say this right now, and I think
they last longer because they don't run. They don't turn the RPMs of gas engine.
Would you be willing?
And they're in oil. Their fuel is oil.
19,000 is our best offer right now. Would you be willing to take one of our Rick and Bubba, maybe a hunting hat, sign it, have it sitting there on the seat when they get
yeah. Sure.
And
sure.
And that way they can put that hat on and drive off in it. From
Listen,
from
I'll
the
tell
man,
you what.
From the man.
There's a couple of other pluses with this, Rick. It has a CB radio already.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm leaving the CB antenna on there.
Wait a minute.
It has a ham antenna
With
on
the
it,
tennis ball?
and I'm leaving no, it's a shorter one. Okay. I'm leaving the automatic antenna tuner. If you want to add an ICOM ham radio, it's ready to go.
How many drive-through meals have you eaten at?
Rick.
There's no telling.
Rick. How many grains of sand are there on the beach?
That's so good. How many Rick and Bubba events has it driven to?
Oh,
so many.
We've rode back and forth to Nashville in it several times.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
we used to take it when we go to Nashville, do the Titans or go do a show up there or something.
How many Team Rick and Bubba hunts have we been on?
A bunch.
In that one?
That one's been in a lot of green
So
fields.
many.
A lot of deer have been thrown in the back of that thing.
The value of this truck, and especially with us sitting here with, we're all talking about all this nostalgia of all the years behind us.
I know.
That truck has driven through how many of the 28 years?
Gosh, I got it 2000,
Right.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's right after we moved to Birmingham.
So 21 of the 28.
You remember when I got fired up for
I
it?
do remember this.
We did an event. It was the truck show.
Yeah.
Remember we went down and I got in a big truck and I
Yes.
thought, hey, I like this.
You like it?
Yep.
All right, so that's it. So 19,000 is the best offer. Obviously, this is Bubba's truck. So if he wants to communicate with, he's got the $19,000 offer, and he's got some that are below that in case that falls through. And of course, it's between Bubba and the folks. But if you got anything else you need, let us know as we move into some other items. But Bubba, there was your Let's Test the Market.
Thank you, Rick.
Segment right there. Kind of give you some idea where you're at. All right, top of the
call
hour.
from you guys.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
back. 6 minutes past the hour. How about you? Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up this hour. More stories to follow up on to this hour. Got an update right out of the gate from something that we talked about on yesterday's show. All right, the gang's all here. The new CD is out today. Herd Immunity is the name of the new Rick and Bubba CD. It's available at rickandbubba.com only right now, hard copies, and then coming soon to iTunes and all the other ways you can go out and get content. But right now it's just available at the store at rickandbubba.com, and we don't do hard copies. You know, when they sell out, they're gone. We don't reorder. So grab those now. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubs, how you doing?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining.
Well, I do have one thing, and I'm just going to leave it alone after this about our truck last week. Here's a guy that says, my son is a certified mechanic. He says Ford had the International, talking about the 7.3 engine. They stopped producing this engine that is in Bubba's truck that he just is getting ready to sell, and we talked about that last hour. They stopped producing it because it was too reliable.
Yeah, they get to work on them enough.
They wouldn't get to work on them enough, and people weren't turning trucks in for new ones.
You know, Helms, you made that was a great question that you asked a minute ago, because it was so renowned at the time. Now, they had one issue with it. I think it was a piston head sensor that they had a recall on, but I got that fixed early on.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's really, I mean,
someone actually
it outlived the transmission.
Yeah,
someone actually answered the question, and I don't know if this is right or not, but it sounds right. It said Ford could not get the engine to meet the new exhaust emission standards put forward by the EPA. They had to change it to meet those standards. Thanks, Obama. That's what this guy.
Yeah.
But,
So our own government killed it.
Yeah.
Which is also good news because you don't have to keep putting that supplement.
And look, I'll say this too, Rick. A lot of people go in and reprogram the chips, you know, to get better gas mileage. They take a lot of the. I never reprogrammed it. It's just like it came from the factory.
Yeah.
It's pure, man.
It's too good.
Run like a top.
So there you go. So right now the best offer on it's $19,000. Bubba will take that and consider all that, and maybe contact these people and see where we go from there.
Yeah, we'll give you a call.
And you can email him if you want to, or any of us, and we'll see. We do have an update on something we brought yesterday.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
All right. So we were watching the Laura Ingraham, and what's Raymond's name? I don't know Raymond's last name.
Arroyo. Is it Richard or Raymond?
He looks
Raymond.
Like he dresses like Pee Wee Herman. He reminds me of Pee Wee Herman.
I wish it was Raymond Reddington.
But he is funny.
I think that.
But he is funny, by the way. So anyway, Arroyo.
Arroyo.
Yeah, Arroyo.
You know, that show had me episode 1, by the way.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
The Blacklist.
Because then I faded.
Yeah, I did too.
There's been like 50
Do you remember the
seasons
opening
since.
episode of that? Totally off the subject.
Yeah, I mean, way off.
Yeah.
But at least we talk about Raymond Redding. Right?
Yeah. When he goes in, he's the most wanted criminal on the FBI list, and he goes right in the front door of the building and turns himself in, gets on the floor, assumes the position, tells him who he is, and says, "I'm here to be arrested. I'm turning myself in."
Yeah.
And I went, "Wow, what's this about?"
That was a great way to start a series.
It was.
You know why we faded on it? Honestly, I mean, it's fine. I mean, whatever. Great show. I think you can only see so many evil people that they portray to the point where you're just like, this is now just. I mean,
I'm evil now.
Yeah. Okay.
What about when the cabal got involved?
How about this, Greg? What are we going to do now to make this next killer even more wicked than the one before? So anyway, but that has. I guess the only thing it has to do what we're talking about is TV.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
the name kind of was
good. Laura Ingraham and Raymond Arroyo. We said this thing they were doing because of the Abbott and Costello bit, Who's on First, that this was something they were doing as a bit together, and it was practiced and rehearsed. He has said it was, and now the television personality herself has confirmed that it was practiced. And they were doing this to be funny. It wasn't really Laura Ingraham not understanding what he meant because of the play off the Abbott and Costello bit. And she says to Ingraham, I think there's a lot of liberals out there who don't like conservatives having fun. That's what I think. And they were craving this to be something that was not what it was, to try to have something to say, look how stupid they are and all that. And she said, I really think that they can't even
they've moved so far away from having any sort of fun.
Yeah.
That they can't.
The no fun game.
Where is the fun?
Yeah.
Bring back the fun.
Bring back the fun.
How about the fun?
So anyway,
where'd it go?
That has been.
I need order of fun to go right now.
Right now.
Supersize it.
Supersize it. We also Adler Video 1. We also have some audio and video. Did you see this? And I know, Bubba, this is one of the topics that I know it's serious, but it's always kind of, for some reason, when you hear this deal about the Chinese spy scandal and the sleeping with the enemy and the Fang, and all of this. So,
Rick, can I tell you something funny? When I went to D.C. and visited Congressman Gary Palmer, his office is like right next to his.
Through Swalwell?
Yes. Isn't that funny?
So this is Representative Lauren Boebert, Republican, Colorado.
She gave him 2 barrels full.
Yeah, and she begins to list off the inappropriate actions of Democrats on the House floor Wednesday, and she mentions Swalwell while defending Representative Paul. Is it Gosar?
Yeah, he's the one that put out the little video clip. It's the little cartoon thing of him. I think he was stabbing AOC in it.
Oh, really?
And they censored him over it.
Oh, my goodness.
Censored him.
Yeah. So anyway,
It's easy to say.
So
anybody want to try?
Yeah. Censure. It's hard to say
not
together.
Censor like normal.
Censure. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But anyway, so she is saying basically, you know what she's saying? How dare the Democrats say anybody's inappropriate? How dare the Democrats comment on anyone's behavior? And so here she goes.
Democrat policies are so pathetic and have done so poorly that the left has nothing else to do but troll the internet looking for ways to get offended and then try to target members and strip them of their committees. This is a dumb waste of the House's time. But since the Speaker has designated the floor to discuss members' inappropriate actions, shall we? The Jihad Squad member from Minnesota has paid her husband, and not her brother husband, the other one, over $1 million in campaign funds. This member is allowed on the Foreign Affairs Committee while praising terrorists. A Democrat chairwoman incited further violence in the streets outside of a courthouse. And then the cherry on top. My colleague and 3-month presidential candidate from California, who is on the Intelligence Committee, slept with Fang Fang, a Chinese spy. Let me say that again. A member of Congress who receives classified briefings was sleeping with the enemy. This is unacceptable, and this would never be.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Florida.
She was able to get
the gavel in that one, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, if you think about, sometimes somebody has to step up and say, "Are you kidding me?" So who are y'all lecturing? And we're going to spend time on this, and we have this person sitting out there on the Intelligence Committee with all this that's went on. This person did that, and now we're going to be lectured by this current administration. I don't think so.
Look, Rick, I'm not saying he should have done it.
No,
it was a cartoon. It was a joke.
No, that's
if you want to say he violated the professionalism of the House, fine, all that stuff.
Sure.
But what she's talking about is real stuff. Real stuff.
Real stuff. Not cartoons.
He did a cartoon on the internet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Swalwell had a girlfriend who was a communist red spy, a red Chinese communist spy, and he was dating her. He was sleeping with her. Mm-hmm. They were living together at times.
Mm-hmm.
And he had sensitive information. He's on the Intelligence Committee.
And is he still there?
Yes. Yes.
What do you got to do to get taken off that?
Well, Rick, you can't because his party is in charge. They have the votes to block any attempt to do that. But you think at some point they would go, what are we doing?
Do you have to be a Republican or a Democrat to say we probably don't want somebody on our Intelligence Committee who literally was sleeping with our enemies? Probably not. I mean, that's not really isn't that bipartisan?
You would think.
Can't we be okay with that?
You would think.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Some other things to cover. We'll get into some of your phone calls as well as the hour rolls on. 866 We Be Big. Also check our website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We record it today. We interview Cuz Strickland from Mossy Oak. Up, there comes the new Rick and Bubba CD. Look right there. There goes Steve. There it is. We're about to get our hands on them. Somebody let Steve in out there. He's bringing us some CDs. All right, so Bubba, as we come back, we do have a video here. Now, you and I have talked about this so many times. It may be that we're just not willing to put in what it takes, but what happened to Shaq would never happen to me in a million years. I mean, if you want somebody to take a stock and destroy it, you just let Rick and Bubba get involved in it.
Yeah, Rick, I killed AOL Time Warner personally.
Right. Yeah.
It looked like it was unstoppable at the time. There's a story out today, and this has happened. If you ever go to a pretty busy restaurant and you are by yourself and you just sit there and eat, you don't mean to eavesdrop.
Oh, yeah.
But you can hear 5 to 6 conversations going on.
Of course
Easy.
you can. Oh, easy. Let me tell you this. If I'm going to have a conversation with somebody about something that is private, I'll look around and, hey, it's getting harder and harder in restaurants to get a table that gives you any privacy whatsoever.
Yeah, 'cause they're stacked in on each other.
Yeah, whoever came up with, like we said, with this bench thing where you just put a table every few inches and down a bench. I hate that.
Yeah, I do too.
But anyway, so it's hard to do. But you're right. If you'll just sit and be quiet, a lot of times when I'm eating by myself, I hear conversations just going on all around me. They're going on all around me. So,
Shaq said that he was in a restaurant. And you've got the details there, Rick.
Yeah, and we've got the
is it a package?
Yeah,
this
video.
Let's just go to it.
Listen what Shaq said, best investment he ever made. Here we go.
I'm sitting playing at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I hear these two gentlemen talking about Google search engines, and one day your phone's going to be this, and you type anything and it comes up, and I was like, say that again? Oh, hey, how you doing, Shaq? Come over here, listen to this. Boom, 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 boom. If I would like to invest in this. My guy hooked it up, and we
So basically, he overheard guys talking about the coming of Google before there was a Google, and he invested in it, said he made a ton off of it.
All right, listen to this. It says, turns out, as we said, the people he ended up talking to after hearing their conversation were Google employees. He ended up getting pre-IPO shares in the startup, and he says it remains his best investment ever. And simply at a restaurant, listening to conversations going on around him. You know what I would have said? Oh, here comes my food. Never mind.
Yeah.
I know.
He got at least a 30 times return on his money.
Say that again.
He got at least a 30 times return on his money. And that's it. That's actually at the IPO price. So whatever his pre-IPO price was, it's at least 30 times his return on his money.
Man. Can I tell you what? Little Adler's a mover and shaker when it comes to the investments and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He gets after it.
He does.
I wish that I would put the time into those kind of things that he's willing to, and research and all that. Because he's really trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Let me say also, the other day I was talking about Bitcoin on the air. Let me just say I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you got to put
we're
that
kicking
disclaimer.
we're kicking things around.
On this show, no one is an expert on anything.
Right.
No.
By the way,
and you need to know that going in.
Boy, and I know you can just listen long enough, you'll figure it out.
Right. You probably already hit you along the way.
Yeah, because you got a show done by a bunch of good ones.
Yeah.
So I see that you and Bubba are holding a copy of the new CD.
Yep.
Here it is.
Think about what Adler said, though. Shaq, of course, had a lot of money at the time. But let's just say he didn't want to risk a whole lot. If he'd have just put $10,000, which is pocket change for Shaq, he'd have got $300,000 back.
I know.
And we probably put more than that in.
Oh, yeah. So we're holding the new CD right now. Now here's what I want to say every time a CD comes out. We're a small company, okay? So we kind of, with help from people, put these things together. But a lot of times the people putting them together depend on us to spell things right, okay? So understand that every year there's something in here that we didn't spell right or we didn't use the right grammar or whatever, okay? So that's acknowledged. But I do want to make clear, we did intend for herd immunity, that herd to be able to be spelled H-E-A-R-D.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little play on radio.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't want any of you because I know every year some of you look for it and you'll find it. but
the word
get
police.
the email.
Yeah, but I don't want y'all to think that we don't know how to spell like a because you see cows in the picture.
Right.
That's supposed to be a play on, a herd of cows and the herd, hearing of the show and herd immunity, which is what
the
we're all
pandemic
getting.
deal.
Yeah. So I think I don't think there's ever much risk on this show that we're so clever it goes over your head.
Yeah.
Not a lot of risk of that here. But anyway, just want you to know that we are trying to be funny.
It's a
with
joke.
with the
Don't
spelling.
laugh.
Yeah,
Correct.
Right. Kind of like Laura Ingraham and Raymond. We're just cutting up here a little bit.
Having a good time.
So it's out there. We have on CD1. You remember the woman that we kept saying that we couldn't hear her barking? You remember that?
Yes.
That's barked 3 times. The first one. The second one is when I decided for husbands everywhere to pretend like that I was very interested on the decor of our house.
Yeah.
Because I got in trouble for acting like I wasn't interested. Greg interrupting Span when he was basically talking about his father leaving him as a child.
Right.
That's on cut 3.
Greg has a history of that.
Y'all misunderstood me.
Yeah. Speedy is a magnet for certain types of people. We got please welcome Greg Burgess. I don't even know what that one is.
What is that?
That is when, Greg, you went to Chocolaca Park, and
that's right.
And the band brought you on as me.
Yeah.
Oh, they said
Yeah.
you know him as Speedy.
Right.
I remember that.
Cut 6 is when Sherry, one of our friends' wives, decided she thought she could ride bikes with Sherry, and Sherry ended up nearly killing her. We have this is cut 7, Camp Bubba. This
What is
when,
that? I don't
That's when you
remember
wanted to
you
go
decided
be
you were
camper.
kind of start being into camping.
Oh.
Yeah, and we get
That didn't last.
We
did it?
shred that to pieces.
Speedy's colonoscopy is cut 8, backdoor checkup.
Ooh.
Cut 9 is my encounter with the drunk who wanted to tell me where I could find a Waffle House that was open.
Right.
Cut 10 is when I made a joke about a guy working out with the women, but instead of clarifying that, since it was all other women, I walk out and say that's the ugliest woman I've ever seen. They thought I was talking about them. By the way, can I tell you an underappreciated when it was so early in the year I'd forgotten about it, and I laughed my head off listening, is when we had on the presidential debates, the fly that was flying around.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Buzzworth, the fly calls in with the Kamala Harris. And let me tell you what, that is very, very,
Very
funny.
funny.
Bucky Beaver makes an appearance this year. He's got a new gig talking about Bucky's.
Yeah.
And then we got when I didn't mean to lead a funeral, but I did in the lift kit. We've got Speedy's tick scare.
One of my favorites.
A classic. I feel so bad for her. That was the beach trip when I tried to go to one that's for those they have those berries thing. Adler's gift that he gave his wife. Me versus Big Love Moving. Greg saying he's all over something, and that's very funny. And Miss K made it, and country song art ain't.
Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so a couple things we'll hit here. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba is a brand new URL. Makes things a little simpler on all the savings. You simply go there, MyPillow.com/Bubba, and you can start seeing all the great deals that are available, including the $40 savings now on the original MyPillow. It's only $29.98. That is a $40 savings. Plus MyPillow slippers. Wear them every day, by the way. Whatever size, style, or color, 50% off. Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets, 50% off. They've also added bathrobes, sleepwear, quilts, great gift ideas. Growing product line in an array of great colors and styles, and they're all made from 100% U.S. upland cotton. So that answers your question, Speedy. The reaction has been outstanding. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go right there and save money on every product you can find, including the classic MyPillow as you build your Christmas list from MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, I think we'll get to this update on the Rittenhouse trial, which we still don't have a verdict, but I have to read this email. So I do understand that we, the show, take some responsibility for some of this, okay? And because our show is unique, I like its uniqueness. You and I have talked about this many times, Bubba. Wouldn't want it to go. I really wouldn't want to do it any other way. I think all of us, now you and, let's face it, some of us, I mean, if we look at it, we might still have to come back just because we haven't got to the point that we could live without the income, okay? But if we could walk away from it, I think we would all be done with it if we were like only a sports show, only a news talk show.
Yeah,
I think I would burn out on it pretty quick.
Well, just look at radio shows historically.
Right.
Very few of them go 20 years.
Yeah.
Very, very few go 25, 28. And I think a lot of that has to do with the topics. The fact that we get to do a lot of different topics keeps it interesting to us and hopefully to you, the listeners.
Another thing that makes our show unique, which is what I love, okay? I don't want to always sit around and be silly. Sometimes I want to be serious. Sometimes I want to be silly.
Yeah, whatever.
Now, sometimes that swinging pendulum, because, I mean, we can be like really, really serious and then really be really, really goofy.
Oh, yeah.
In a short time period. From one swing to the other, and we enjoy that. We think this show really reflects how life truly is. Isn't that the way most people's lives are?
Yeah.
Sometimes you're serious, sometimes you're goofing off,
That's right.
sometimes you're talking about this, sometimes you're talking about that, sometimes you're tired of talking about this. I will tell you right now, my wife and I, this week, we've had kind of a slow week. It's been great, and so just about every night we've ended up with an opportunity to sit down and just say, let's watch TV or whatever, and I can tell you that we have said every single night, don't turn the news on.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I ain't watching the news.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy.
So
especially the network.
Yeah, so if we were a news talk show only, I wouldn't have any choice. I'd be immersed in the news and couldn't get away from it.
Right.
Breaking news.
But this one is more about us.
As we come on the air.
This is more of recognizing when the show has its tongue firmly in its cheek, okay? I won't give the name of the person because I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but I just want to clarify. Hey, Rick, I was listening the other day, and one of you, I don't remember which one it was, said something about miniature horses being a sin. I was wondering if you could show me in Scripture where that is. I've been searching Scripture, and I have not been able to find it. I wonder if you would just point me to the verses in the Bible that cover it.
Ecclesiastes?
Hey, man, and I sent back to him, hey, that was just a joke. We were just...
Right.
Rick, you made that up.
No.
He's been searching.
Serious. Been searching.
Well, I feel bad about
Rick,
that.
it's in.
Where would you even
Rick,
start?
I'll tell you where it is. It's in Equestrian 211.
Is that one equestrian or two equestrian? But anyway,
Rick,
look,
I want to know how much time he spent looking.
I know that there's a lot of, that's on us. That's not on him. Sometimes it is hard to tell when we're kidding around and when we're not. I thought that one was pretty obvious. But
what was the other? It was
miniature dogs,
and then there was another thing. What was it? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, because these two things we're going to get in trouble for, and I can't remember what the other one was. So you see how much it. But hey, just so you know, brother, thank you so much for listening. But that was totally just a joke.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have our tongues, in
although
our
they
cheeks.
are unnecessary,
right?
But
it's just a way of saying that we shouldn't do this to
That's so good.
Yeah,
though.
I don't like this.
It'd be like making a miniature
We've
ox.
bred animals to ridiculous lengths.
Right. We shouldn't have a horse in our pocket, and but there is nowhere in Scripture where that's a sin.
Right.
Now if
The
you
old
want
horse pocket.
Yeah, if you want to see where God used the horse as his resume, though, you go to
Job.
Where, Bubba, isn't that in the 40 chapter somewhere there? It's late.
It's 38, 39, 40.
Somewhere-
Job,
Rick-
somewhere right
yeah,
in there.
right
But
in
that
there.
was clearly a full-grown horse. That wasn't a miniature.
Right.
Oh,
and
yeah,
and
because
so
he's talking about how cool they are.
Right, and I was saying he's very proud of this creation in the right
And
way.
he wouldn't be proud of the miniature.
And I think us miniaturizing it, and I was
was a
kidding.
giant
What was the
joke.
other thing?
There was
I know what it
something
was.
else.
It has something to do with food.
Well,
I can't remember now.
Boy, I tell you, we're all
it was
over that.
dogs. It was food.
We also were talking about dogs being in teacups. There
Right,
is a
yeah.
teacup poodle.
Right.
Now.
Yeah,
It
but that
won't
still falls
technically
under the
fit
horse.
in a
Remember,
teacup.
and I said on the air, I have a wolf that weighs 7 pounds.
Right, right.
It was all- it was all-
I saw a dog. It was probably
It's all
as
just
small a
joke.
one
It was-
as I've ever seen, but it was still wouldn't fit in a teacup.
No.
Yeah.
I was supposed to have
It's about
some
the size
type
of
of
a
Was it,
I got it.
was it the Reese's cup?
I got it.
That was big.
No.
that you brought up.
I got it.
I got
It was the air fryer.
The air fryer, that's
that-
what it
so we
was.
started frying chicken in an air fryer.
Yeah,
That might have been
may
one of them. It was something like that.
So you're in the ballpark.
Right. I'm kicking around it.
But you remember, I bought a dog that was
That's not in
supposed,
Scripture either, by the way.
that was supposed to be miniature teacup or something,
Yeah.
but she weighs in about 15.
Yeah.
Or she may have lost.
Oh yeah, the breeder lied to me too. We bought 2 minis and they're 45 pounds. They're full size.
I told you I saw a thing where there's really no such thing as a mini breed.
Right.
They're just trying to
Yeah, they're
breed runs,
trying.
but there's no real breed that's
No,
mini
no.
anything.
Well, as you find out with the breeders, they think they can guarantee, but they can't.
No, they think they're
yeah,
guessing.
Right. So, of course, they've got your money. And
Sure they
you
do.
got you a big miniature.
Well, you know, the more purebred you get a dog, the more problems you get too.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
it multiplies problems. So
Listen, I got
that's
it.
why good old mutts are hard to beat.
I got a
Right.
yard dog it confirms that every day.
Do you
He's
remember-
been chewed up, he's been smashed, and he just keeps right on top.
I've said it 1,000 times, and you confirm because
He's
it's
eat
happening
bad
at your
stuff.
house. I've seen the dogs that live with all the different people. They belong to someone officially. We don't really know who. That run free range down at the farm. And people will try to convince you that the dogs that are crated and stay on their place and just live in a small area with families have a better life than those dogs. I've watched the life of both dogs, and I've seen the look on their faces. Those free-range dogs look extremely happy.
They look, you know what, they look carefree.
They look like they're having the time of their life, and they live forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, even injuries don't even phase
And
them.
all you got to do is just dump a little food in their bowl every now and then. They'll just come by and check, see if it's there.
Yeah,
Get a
just
little,
because you know
know.
what, they eat and other stuff too out there. All right, so my apologies. I just sometimes the swings on this show can be confusing. So just kind of see if you can pace with us.
This guy obviously felt bad. He must have had a miniature horse.
Well, he wanted to be sure he was not violating Scripture. I respect that. Thought it was pretty obvious we were kidding around.
It's a Rick.
Rick, he just emailed me. He's going to pay $50,000 for Bubba's truck.
Just like I said.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
All right, so the Rittenhouse trial still don't have a verdict, but now another
bizarre trial.
That is really bizarre. Did you see? Anyway,
Let me guess, it's Babylon B.
Babylon
I
B.
knew.
They are having.
They are on fire.
They are. Let me tell you something. Working at Babylon B right now is the easiest place you could possibly ever work right
Rick,
now.
they don't have enough time to get all the good ones out.
No, I mean they're having the time of their lives. All right, so this is the one.
They're in overtime.
They are in overtime. Listen to this one right here. Great. And I thought about
Rick,
you.
Job 40's about the behemoth, by the way.
Okay, thank you. I knew that's where the resume starts right.
Wow, I just read it again right quick.
Yeah.
Wow.
After
Rivers flood, it doesn't even care.
Here's Babylon B. You're gonna love this. After finding out Rittenhouse shot white males, BLM reminds everyone that all lives matter.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, isn't that good? And look, you see the guy's got a sign. He's put Black Lives Matter and marked it out, and now it says all again. Man too sick to attend church, miraculously healed just in time for football.
We've all seen that.
That's good. That's good.
I tell you what, I'm feeling better.
Oh, that is so good. Buffalo guy wishes he had just burned down a car dealership in Kenosha instead.
Yeah, really.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
The shaman. You remember the guy with the horns
that's
on?
him. That's
he
him.
got 41 months in
Right.
prison.
Bubba-
3.5 years.
He thought he was sharp. didn't
Bubba, in an effort to overturn the rest of the Bill of Rights, Biden to start quartering troops in people's homes. It shows a military guy sitting on your couch.
Do you think they're laughing when they tweet it out?
Oh, they can't stand. They laugh their heads off.
Hey,
Check this one out.
It'd be like us. We couldn't wait to get it out.
Yeah.
Oh, quick! Type
I got one.
Do it now.
But anyhow, the latest on the demand of mistrial, we've had this a bunch of times.
The whole time.
As the defense for Mr. Rittenhouse says, this drone video. This is, and the judge is hinting at a new evidence hearing. They're saying you got to throw this thing out. This has got so many problems. They can't show this drone footage. And
for a number of different reasons. First of all, the defense didn't even know it existed.
Right.
Someone sent it to the prosecution, and they used it and didn't alert the defense.
But
that
he's
they
clearly
had it.
He's clearly being chased right here by somebody who's going after him.
Yeah, don't chase a man with a gun.
Why
You
are
won't
we
get
chasing
shot.
a man with a gun? And I mean, and they're throwing stuff at him. Do you see that? The first thing, they threw something at him, and see right there. And then they just keep on pursuing him, knowing he has a gun. And it's
boom. Wow.
And they're saying too. I think another reason is it was past the date that all the evidence had to be turned in, and
the
then,
discovery period,
Yeah.
and if you watch any dramas on TV, they have discovery. That's
Right.
where everybody has to bring the facts to the table, and then they build their cases or their arguments based on that. Well, if you don't bring some of the facts to the table, if you withhold it, and then it mysteriously appears later in the case, you're like, well, wait a minute now.
Right.
And that's just not part of the due process.
So the mistrial thing, the request has been made again, and it will have to be addressed if there is a guilty verdict. So they're putting it on the table, preparing for whatever's coming. All right, phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. We'll come back. We'll chat with you. And if you want to get in, there's room there. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, don't forget the new Rick and Bubba double CD, Herd Immunity, out today. Grab them while they're still there at rickandbubba.com by clicking on the store, or go to show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, the other thing that I was talking about was skim milk, the way we've messed with milk. That was
it.
The audience has come alive on the email.
That was it, Rick.
Yeah, we were saying that us tampering with milk and tampering with the size of horses and dogs.
That's it.
Yeah.
Rick, and we were also kidding about the milk, so don't waste your time looking for
Greg, what was the promised land called? The land flowing with
milk
and honey.
Okay,
That's a good
well,
point.
there it is, right in Scripture.
So
there.
And I
Still
told
don't
you,
mention the miniature horses.
It's always bothered me when people talk about salt being evil, and I go, "Well, wait a minute, salt's in the Bible too. We're supposed to be salt. What?" I just don't know. That's always bothered me.
What about when salt loses its saltiness? What good is it to be trampled underfoot?
What about when you turn into a pillar of salt?
Let me ask you this:
Looking back, don't look back.
Does salt lose its saltiness now? I've never heard of that. Have you
ever
had
licked the
anybody?
salt lick?
Have you ever had anybody salt something and go, "Well, that salt's lost its saltiness"?
I've never, like it got old or something.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
I
I
don't
don't
think I
know
had
if
a
it's a
date
little
on it.
different now. I don't
By the
know.
way, salt in biblical times, really big deal.
Yeah, it was.
Worth a lot. When Pete, you know what? You know where the term "he's not worth his salt" came from? That was one of the things they would give people that returned from war that were war heroes.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, and they would say, "You,
Well, it was-
hey, you don't deserve any salt."
Didn't they use it for a preservative? too,
Preserves,
before we
also
had,
obviously for seasoning, and
refrigeration,
stuff like that, and then
Green plums.
and then they also would use it out on the roads and stuff like that.
The roads.
Yeah, they would.
Melt the snow.
And that was what Jesus was talking about. That if you lose your saltiness, then it's just going to be trampled underfoot like this that we throw out that we can't use anymore. David in Prattville. David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
David.
How are you, buddy?
Good morning. Great show today, as always.
Thank you.
I just want to say this real quick. Like, seriously, I don't know why, but I think y'all should, before Bubba sells his truck, y'all should, like, get a group photo of y'all, like, inside the truck, and it just be the next album cover of the next CD. You know, like, how, like, every country picture says Bringing It Home tour, and then y'all can, like, have it, like, Bringing It Home, and have all of y'all, like, doing some kind of, like, weird look, have, oh, God, I'm so sorry. Have Helmsley in the back holding, like, a Rick and Bubba flag or something.
Yeah.
Just y'all just being y'all, but have, like, it's y'all's Rick coming back home.
Bubba's
album.
truck. You're kind of we did one like Who's Got It Better Than Us, that CD, something similar to that. Go look for that cover. You can find it if you'll look for it out there on iTunes. We're in like a car and everybody's like, yeah, and we could all be, and I love pictures of us that are like, yeah. So yeah, Bubba's truck. That's a good idea.
Bubba's truck.
Kayla in Helena. Kayla, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how are you?
We're good, Kayla. How are you?
Good, thank you. I was just wanting to discuss the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I have watched pretty much every moment of the trial, and I'm pretty sure everybody can see the prosecution is pretty ridiculous. The points that they're trying to make and downplay every threat that Kyle faced that night is just unbelievable. I mean, they try to claim a skateboard could not be a deadly weapon because we give our kids skateboards for Christmas, and that we wouldn't dare give our kids deadly weapons on Christmas. But yet, I'm pretty sure whacking
it depends. It depends what you're doing with it. If you're riding it, it's not a deadly weapon. If you're banging somebody in the head with it, it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anything could be considered a deadly weapon based on if you're using it as such. I got my son
How
a
would you
baseball bat for
classify a
baseball.
hammer?
Yeah.
How would you classify a hammer?
Exactly.
You know.
Well, did you hear what it said? She said, "I got my son a baseball bat for baseball." I bet that can be used.
Yep.
We get those. For Christmas too. Listen to Joy Reid. Adler, let me know when you have video 6. I'm sorry I didn't tell you in the break. Joy Reid. This is the kind of stuff that she's got to weigh in on Rittenhouse. And again, as we get into this tribalism stuff, and she's going to compare Kyle Rittenhouse to Brett Kavanaugh. You talking about another person that we couldn't find any evidence that they'd done anything wrong? So here
I don't know if that's a good comparison.
It's really not. Here we go.
So it's Kyle Rittenhouse trial. It reminded a lot of people of something, I just can't remember what it was. Oh, the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, in which Brett Kavanaugh, who had been accused by a high school friend of committing sexual abuse of her, cried his way through the hearings to make him a permanent member and Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. And his tears turned out to be more powerful than the tears of Christine Blasey Ford, which were the tears of an alleged victim. But in America, there's a thing about both white vigilantism and white tears particularly male white tears. Really white tears in general, because that's what Karens are, right? They Karen out, and then as soon as they get caught, it's like, green waterworks. White men can get away with that too. And it has the same effect. Even as the right tries to politicize the idea that masculinity is being robbed from American men by multiculturalism and wokeism, they still want to be able to have their tears. So my friend Jahan Jones, who writes the brilliant The Reid Out blog, wrote a great piece about this. And if you want to read it, you can.
It's white male tears.
I'm gonna be honest. Everybody I talked to made fun of him.
Yeah,
and
they did.
They did.
I
First of all, everybody said I ain't seen tear yet.
Right.
Just seen a lot of wadded up face.
Yeah, I don't think he really made any ground with that
At
because
all.
Even people who were supporting him were going,
I know. I mean,
and the people
again,
who had assumed that if you supported him, that meant that you were pro assault rifles or something.
And
they made a lot of fun of him. And it did. It looked awkward. We talked about it here on the air. It was kind of strange.
I don't remember having any sympathy or whatever for Kavanaugh when he got squalling.
Well, can I tell you how Kavanaugh got off? Because there actually was an attempt, Joy, for the party that you support. There was an attempt to remove him because they didn't like his views on the world, and it didn't work because there wasn't enough evidence to support it. Really, who was crying is an irrelevant point. See, she wants you to believe that whoever cries the best wins, not what the evidence actually pointed to.
If Mrs. Ford could have produced one witness that could have collaborated her story, Brett Kavanaugh wouldn't be on the Supreme Court.
That's right.
Could not find
one. So there you go.
But in their world, they do believe if you can cry the best, you get your way. But that's really not what happened.
Rick and Bubba. Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber.